So I may be a bit crazy, but I think I'm about to reach a whole new level of crazy. This is Pandora, my cloud rainforest floor vivarium, home to a plethora of exotic life and biological relationships aplenty. It's attached to a second vivarium on the floor above called Orchidia, the rainforest's treetops, home to its own menagerie of tree-dwelling creatures. But I have a surprise. After months of painstaking planning and decision-making, I'm finally ready to reveal my next grand and exciting biological project, sure to hands down blow your mind. AC family, behold the next generation. Giant Vivarium 3, set to be the biggest and most challenging vivarium I've ever attempted in my life. Welcome to the next chapter in our giant rainforest saga. Season 4 of my Ecosystem Vivarium series starts now. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. What is this third giant vivarium, you ask? Will it be connected to Pandora and Orchidia? Well, I'll be sharing all the details of our Giant Vivarium 3 in a bit. But I'll be honest, I decided to go all out with this next tank. Pandora broke the internet with its evolution as a rainforest. Orchidia, the first of its kind, allowed us a unique peek at a whole new world existing in the rainforest canopy. But this next tank had to be different. A true step above the rest. It would require all my life's knowledge in vivariums, as well as resources to execute. Months prior, I had the blueprints drawn up. I wanted this third vivarium to be even bigger than the previous two. The entire setup was 10.5 feet long, and the living area about 5.4 feet tall, and deeper than the other two vivaria at 2.5 feet. It also came in two parts, which I'll get more into later. When completed, Giant Vivarium 3 would be the largest, most complex chunk of living natural space I've ever created in my life. A dream vivarium just full of opportunities to learn about the natural world. Stay tuned for the grand reveal of what biome this new vivarium is later in the video. But let's play a game. Try to guess the biome and leave your guesses in the comments. I'll be giving you clues along the way. Now, I didn't know it yet, but the adventure would begin even before putting any life in, right at the building stage of Giant Vivarium 3, where the construction of this massive and complex vivarium would not quite go as planned. So over the holidays, my team and I had been super busy rearranging the ant room. We moved Volcania and the Crimson Knights, my fire ant colony, who by the way are still doing well, to a new place to accommodate the new tank build. This was where I chose to move them, because where they were was where Vivarium 3 was going to be built. It was the perfect spot for it. When the ant room was first built 3 years ago, I anticipated I'd be building such a setup in this exact spot. So I made sure to have a drain, hose, and power source built here. Once the spot was prepped, we were ready to begin building. So here's the first clue as to what biome I'm hoping to construct for this vivarium. Giant Vivarium 3 will contain water. A lot of it. More than the 25-gallon Blackwater Pond of Pandora and the little canopy puddles of Orchidia. But incorporating such an amount of water required some very specific features. First, the structure itself had to be completely different, designed to hold a large amount of water. Now, with the way Pandora and Orchidia was made, the pieces of glass were fixated together using a joint. This joint was then siliconed. However, I quickly realized that this design was a bit problematic, as the setup leaked a couple times, and we had to reseal as needed. it was imperative that Giant Vivarium 3 had to be absolutely 100% waterproof. There was no room for error, as it could potentially kill a lot of life once established. The setup had to be leak-free. So this time, the vivarium had to be glass against glass, no joint. Also, with a greater amount of water, the base of the vivarium had to be much stronger than that of the previous two vivaria. I had a custom-made base fashioned from steel, strong enough to carry 6 tons of weight. It was vital for Giant Vivarium 3's bed to be solid. It was carried up into the ant room and was placed here, which may seem a bit off-center at first, but I chose this spot so it wouldn't surpass the beam above it and fall below a net floor above. When it's all done, you'll see that it turned out to be the perfect spot. Also, the large amount of water of Giant Vivarium 3 meant greater pressure pushing outward against the glass panels, and so certain structural pieces, which weren't really needed for Pandora and Orcadia, had to be incorporated into the design to ensure the glass wouldn't break from all the water. Overall, on paper, it was easily the most complicated structural build for Vivarium I've ever attempted. But come building day, when the truck and building team arrived at my home, I was stunned at just how complicated the build would actually be. Our Giant Vivarium 3 required a total of 30 separate pieces of glass of varying sizes, each of which had to be unloaded from a truck by hand. The pieces were carried into my home, up the stairs, and into the ant room on the second floor. Each piece was laid down until we were ready for assembly. The final piece was this massive front panel. I held my breath throughout the entire transport process. And then when all was set, we began the assembly process. The main pieces were siliconed into place, and what an adventure it was. So here's another clue. Have a look at the back glass panel. That ledge marks where the water line will be. The whole setup won't be just water. It will be, other things, too. In total, this vivarium would be housing 450 gallons of water, 380 gallons in the main tank, and 70 gallons for the sump. Which brings us to another clue regarding this setup. This vivarium required an entirely separate living space below, known in the aquarium hobby as a sump. This area would house a plethora of critical microbial life to keep the water portion of the entire vivarium clean and livable for all its creatures. Aquatic creatures will also be living down here in the sump as well. Holes were drilled into the bottom glass panel to accommodate the necessary piping. All parts were siliconed into place. This stage was super critical because water would be able to find the slightest weakness or space in the sealant and spring a leak. The team made sure to check all work 3 times to ensure there wouldn't be a single leak. I prayed there wouldn't be. Next, we needed to construct framing, doors, and mesh ventilation. A separate team came in to help build that. The frame would line the exposed edges of glass, coverings of the sump area, and a top canopy, as well as all doors into the tank. Now, while the team is finishing that up, let's do a quick update on the residents of Pandora and Arcadia, shall we? Waking up from his slumber, due to all the noise, was Godzilla, our resident spectacled caiman. He was a big boy and has been eating a lot. He gazed at the next vivarium with great interest. I wonder what he was thinking. Another reptile, looking at all the action, was Snap, our resident sunskink, who was now a young adult, quite large and content, but still shy. He's been feasting on the plethora of crickets who were undergoing a population boom at the moment. Males were singing and filling the ant room with cricket music. Chromatogaster ants were busy milking honeydew from mealybugs, as well as constructing new tunnels in the stump. Giant pothos had completely taken over the summit of the stump and was unfurling larger and larger leaves. A bagworm, with its protective home of collected debris, formed the perfect disguise against the ants. I saw an Asian bullet ant and golden carpenter ants, even an ant mimicking spider. The cutest baby grasshoppers had emerged, feeding on vine leaves and kicking away any ants that stopped to sniff them out. Giant trapjaw ants were doing home maintenance, and all seemed normal in the Pandoran lowlands. Up high in Arcadia, Anidu, a giant grasshopper, was munching on banyan leaves. She was such a voracious eater. The tree frogs were awake and seemed to be able to tell something was happening below. Something big that would greatly impact them. And turns out, they were right. For when the construction was complete, this is what our giant Vivarium 3 looked like. AC family, behold, Giant Vivarium 3. Even empty, it was majestic and just gorgeous. And talk about huge. Walking up to it was truly breathtaking. This vivarium was definitely a long tank, which would make landscaping it, when the time came, super fun. It had a top mesh and housing for lighting above. There was a pair of backsliding doors. As well as side mesh doors. These blue pipes were the intake and overflow, where water would enter the sump below. Magnetic covers concealed the sump beneath the main tank. The water would make its way through all the compartments, then end up here, at this end of the sump, where it would be pumped back up through this pipe and back into the setup. So, can you guess what biome our giant Vivarium 3 will be? Well, in case you haven't yet, this vivarium will be a tank that I've wanted to do for years, and finally, it has become a reality. Vivarium 3 will be a tropical wetlands vivarium. It would eventually be just filled to the brim with new and exciting life, aquatic, terrestrial, and amphibious. This vivarium would require a ton of regulating equipment and would stretch all my vivarium building skills and knowledge to the limit. Though challenging, in my mind, if we could pull this tropical wetlands vivarium off, it could easily be the most mind-blowing slice of biological habitat ever made on this channel. But that's not all. For those wondering if it would also be connected to Pandora and Arcadia, the answer is yes. It will connect to Pandora once completed through a cave tunnel vivarium running along the ceiling, bridging the two worlds together. A glass panel above the vivarium could allow for a bridge to yet another future vivarium on the floor above. And now, AC family, the true fun begins. It was now time to fill the vivarium with water so I could start the landscaping process. With great joy, I began to fill our giant Vivarium 3 with water and watched as our empty glass enclosure welcomed its new waters. Watching the tank fill up with water was an entrancing, beautiful sight. I felt so honored as a lover of nature and creator of natural spaces for ants and other creatures to be here, working on the biggest indoor vivarium build I've ever done, my dream tank, with all of you. I was so grateful at this very moment as our giant Vivarium 3 filled up with life-giving water. In an instant, the dream had quickly transformed into my worst nightmare. A leak! And not just one, but two! No! Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This will be the coolest tank I've ever made. This is Pandora, my giant cloud rainforest vivarium. And this is Arcadia, the rainforest treetops. Both these giant vivariums are connected and host a plethora of exotic life. But these rainforest creatures have no idea A brand new world, an expansion pack, is about to be added to their home. For I am working on a third ambitious vivarium of epic proportions. A giant tropical wetlands kingdom set to be the coolest chunk of biological space. And my plan is to connect it to Pandora when it's all done. So now, the tropical wetlands world building process begins. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. So after last week's crisis, when the newly built tank failed its first leak test, I contacted the tank building team, who've created large tanks and ponds in the past, and they believed that I didn't wait long enough for the silicone to cure. I had attempted the leak test a day too early, which, oops, my bad. I guess I got a little too excited. Regardless, just to be safe, the team still went in to reseal all the edges, just in case, and said I should wait 2 whole days before attempting the next leak test. Now I didn't know it yet, but building this giant Vivarium 3 was going to be quite the emotional adventure, to say the least. You guys will be stunned by how this all turned out, but also, later I have something important to ask all of you regarding the future of this new wetlands vivarium in the making, so stay tuned for that coming up. Now, despite the crisis control, I made the executive decision to start the building process of our tropical wetlands while the silicone was drying. As I do with all my vivarium builds, I visualize the look of the landscape before it's even built by tracing my intended shape of the landscape as I saw it in my head with my hands. This stage, though odd-looking, has been super helpful for planning the overall shape of the tank during the building process, and ensures I don't just start building without a goal in mind. My vision for the tank was to create a general oval shape with wood forming a sort of arch over the water and wooden roots and soil below the water. I could see our future water world vivarium in my mind. Now, usually with these vivarium builds, I like to do everything myself, but this time I would need my team to help me construct. This vivarium was a whole new level of complex, and you'll see why soon. We would start in the morning to create what I hoped would be the most beautiful and visually stunning tank ever created on this channel.
Creator of worlds is gonna rock your world.
It was building day, and I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Today we would be creating what's called the hardscape, which means the non-living components of the vivarium. We prepped all our materials. The first section we worked on was the right side of the tank, and a mat had to be placed beneath the decor to protect the glass. As always, largest pieces were placed in first. We used rocks to secure this massive piece of driftwood into place. Next, we needed to squirt aquascaping glue to attach the rocks to the driftwood, covering the drying point of attachment with cocoa fiber. as the glue usually becomes an unsightly patch of white once dried. Now here's the first reason why creating a water world is harder and more complicated than creating a terrarium. Let's look at Pandora for a second. A giant terrarium that I completed in just a week. All decor and ground media were added, plants planted, then creatures introduced, all in one fell swoop. But with aquatic setups, the presence of water adds a whole new complication to the mix. Because things will be submerged in water, it was imperative that all decor were extra secured, because there was a good chance it would move or float out of place if they weren't, due to buoyancy or currents. Unlike in terrariums, gravity was simply not enough. Now this stage of the building process is simply a game of Tetris, keeping in mind the oval-shaped goal established during the visualization stage. Driftwood pieces were carefully fitted together, again secured into place using rocks, glue, and cocoa fiber. We would be building 2 islands of driftwood on both ends of the tank to achieve the oval shape. We began the same process on the other side with our chosen driftwood pieces. It was a meticulous venture, but I knew the final result would be worth all the work. Eventually, we built the initial base of the right side, which would support the land area and form one half of the arch above the water. The left side was equally as promising. Godzilla, our resident caiman, watched the entire process like a hawk. We laid some pieces horizontally to begin forming land space to create the island shelf. We also used rocks to build on these islands. We tried creating various pockets where soil could be added for planting. Some final pieces were inserted into place, and after a whole day's work, this is what the initial driftwood structure looked like. AC family, behold! As I approached the tank, I was spellbound by how real the structures looked. They resembled giant dead trees, and you would never know they were a composition of many pieces of driftwood, all glued together with rocks. So AC family, what do you think? We still weren't done with the hardscape, but it already was starting to look incredible. We had more work ahead, but so far, this tank was clearly on track to be something spectacular. Little did I know, this tropical wetlands vivarium would, no pun intended, blow all my expectations out of the water. But also up ahead would be the ever nerve-wracking second water leak test. And that was something I prayed that this giant Vivarium 3 would not fail. It was day 2 of hardscaping, and we immediately went straight to work. Today, our goal was to build on the 2 islands to give them more horizontal space, and also to create a space for a little waterfall or stream. In nature, water worlds are usually fed by tributaries, streams, and rivers. So I felt our tropical water world absolutely needed a small waterfall and stream at one side. But to do that, we needed to give more structure to the islands by fixating plateau-like pieces of driftwood to create a shelf that would exist above the waterline. Decorative pieces positioned downward were added to the edges of the plateaus to look like roots, creating the illusion that these plateaus were naturally formed. And then, filler foam was added to certain areas to help create natural cups within the driftwood spaces that would properly hold soil for planting and to provide homes for burrowing creatures like ants. What? Did you think ants wouldn't be living in a wetlands vivarium? Knowing the chromatogasters and their tendency to dominate all spaces, especially places with wood, I have a feeling once this wetlands vivarium is finally connected to Pandora, more than one species of ant will find our wetlands vivarium a habitable place, and there will be a rush to claim the lush available real estate. In addition to the plateaus, we also added thinner branchy driftwood pieces to further create the illusion that the two giant islands were dead trees from the past. Through trial and error, we tested various spots for each branch for best visual effect. To further build our waterfall, we added more rocks, then placed tubes to set the spots where the water was going to emerge from. The idea was for the water to cascade peacefully down this ramp of driftwood. More filler foam and glue, more rocks, and soon our waterfall island had taken shape. The upper arch was also looking awesome. We added small lava rocks to fill in some spaces, more filler foam, and then came the addition of soil to fill the pockets of space. And then we were done. Now it looked so real. Let's have a look at the island with the waterfall. I just couldn't wait for water to come flowing through this channel. Though the island was still bare, I could already see how lush this area would look once planted. Some of the island extended outward, over the water. The other driftwood island was just as impressive. The Grand Arch, forming a bridge over to the other island, was a total dream. Now there was still a bit more hardscape to do, but this was as far as we could go because something important had to be conducted first before we could continue. Our giant Vivarium 3 had to pass the water leak test before we could proceed any further, and it was scheduled first thing in the morning. My heart was beating fast as we turned on the hose and water began to fill the vivarium. I prayed it would hold the water and not leak. Then, we shut the water off and checked to see if there was a leak. And to my surprise, there was no leak. our giant Vivarium 3 held the body of water within its glass, like a titan. The water was still and placid and felt so right in its place. It was truly one of the most beautiful sights I've ever seen, and the largest aquarium I've ever built in my life. I plugged in our waterfall and marveled at the sight of water cascading down the channel we built. What a dream it was to see! We could now add the final touches to our hardscape. And while we do that, it's time to ask you the question I mentioned at the start of the video. What should we name our new giant tropical wetlands vivarium? Leave your name suggestions in the comments, and be sure to like your favorite name suggestions that you see posted so that I see them. As for me, I like the name Hydromeda, reminiscent of the Andromeda Galaxy, which is on a crash course to collide with our galaxy, much like how this giant wetlands vivarium will one day connect to Pandora once it's done. Perhaps you guys have other cool names, so be sure to suggest and vote in the comments. As we completed our design, I couldn't believe that after all the months of planning, Vivarium 3, our new giant wetlands vivarium, was coming wonderfully into existence. Though aquarium building is much more gradual and complicated a process compared to building terrariums, and to be fair, there is still much more complexity in the stages ahead that I didn't get into yet, I assure you, the ultimate payoff when we finally see the end result will definitely be worth it. It's just one of those hobbies that remind me that some of the best things in life take time to build and grow. When we were all done, this was the final look. Insane! It was like a cryptic and haunted-looking forest, but oh, such a vibe. And now, AC family, comes the fun part. Let there be plants. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. You guys will die when you see this new vivarium. I'm a bit of a mad scientist of sorts, with 2 giant vivariums in my home. Pandora, my giant rainforest vivarium, and Orcadia, my rainforest treetop vivarium. Both these chunks of rainforest are connected and contain an abundant amount of life. But soon, this compound rainforest ecosystem will be joined by what has become my greatest vivarium of all time, my third child that I'm thrilled to finally debut. Today I reveal the completed Giant Vivarium 3, our new tropical wetlands ecosystem, set to completely blow you out of the water. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. The creatures of the rainforest watched as my team and I went straight to work with the addition of plants into our newly hardscape tropical wetlands vivarium, which, by the way, finally has an official name. But I'll reveal the name later in the video. But I'll be honest, having a cool name didn't necessarily mean it would look cool when done. Tank building is just one of those things where you can only hope that the end result will be great. But sometimes the design can totally flop. And this tank had taken months of planning, hard work, and all my resources to make happen. Little did I know, a big surprise was up ahead once we finished this planting stage in preparation for the adding in of the new animals. But on the flip side, attention all of you plant lovers. Now I realize you guys might sometimes feel a little ignored on this channel due to the large animal focus. But plants are essential to the ecosystems of the world, and I've got a ton for us to geek out on together. With a lot of work ahead, we decided to start at the top and make our way down into the water area, beginning with bromeliads. Bromeliads are awesome plants and some of my favorite plants for terrariums. They are plants of the pineapple family, and many species grow epiphytically, meaning without the need for soil, and can simply be attached to wood, branches, and rocks with a binding medium like sphagnum moss or cocoa fiber. These bromeliads are a Neoregelia species, and this is what their roots look like. To attach them to the wood, we simply used sphagnum moss and cocoa fiber, all tied together with fishing line. We also attached this gorgeous species of bromeliad, known as Cryptanthus, along the branches using fishing line and a pinch of cocoa fiber and sphagnum moss. They're such stunning plants. And soon, we had a beautiful, happy community of bromeliads along the wood. Now, while we continue with the planting, let's play a guessing game. I have to show you something super cool. Check this out. This here is the outflow of the filter, where clean water emerges, and attached to its pipe are a pair of yellow tubes, which feed the waterfall. But also some of these clearer tubes. These clearer tubes snake their way all around the vivarium. They even extend way over to the other side of the tank. Now, can you guess what these tubes are for? You'll see what they're for in a bit. But I was super stoked to see it all actually working. Something I haven't yet done in my previous vivaria. There were a ton of other plants waiting on the sidelines to be planted into our wetlands, including a variety of vines, like this gorgeous Cissus discolor vine, ivy, pothos, heart-leafed philodendron, Spanish moss, which is actually also part of the bromeliad family, and one of my favorites, this awesome Ficus pumila mini vine, which makes a great carpeting vine plant. We also had African violets, my first time to use this in Escape, and the ever-beloved Fittonia, also known as nerve plants. I highly recommend these plants for any terrarium build, as they're easy to grow. Ferns, bags of locally sourced moss, and a ton of the most stunning aquatic plants including my favorite plant of all, which lies in this container. We began to plant small Korean ferns in pots on both sides. The vines were planted towards the top, clumps of nerve plants were scattered generously throughout the land, African violets for some color, and oh yes, our beloved Ficus pumila mini. Oh, I just couldn't wait for this to sprawl and carpet everywhere. And before we knew it, we had a lush and beautiful garden of plants on land. But there was still something missing, and here's where things start to get really exciting. So about that tubing system. Well, those tubes are designed to carry water to different designated spots throughout the vivarium, places that needed to remain constantly wet because of these lush plants. Moss. Our tropical wetlands vivarium was going to be a mossy wonderland, just full of various species of moss, both on land and in the water. So these clumps of moss were a bunch of different moss species, collected locally, but from semi-aquatic and fully aquatic environments, mostly the banks of rivers, where they're constantly wet and never allowed to dry out, hence the wet spots. The tubes are a sort of drip system to deliver this moisture to various areas of the driftwood, which would otherwise be dry. In nature, regular rains, super high humidity and fog, or constant splashing of river water can keep huge carpets of moss thriving on surfaces. And so, we attach tons of this moss everywhere to mimic a true tropical wetlands. We even lined the waterfall with it. Now check this out, guys. We attached a string here, and can you guess what it's for? So to reduce all the drip that's happening at this spot, we decided to create a vine, which at first I thought, why not try using some vines from Pandora? But we later realized that natural string might be a better option, as it was much more flexible and also easier for moss to cling to. Yes, we would cover this string with moss as well, and it could act as a pathway for loose drops of water to trickle down, so it wouldn't cause too much unnecessary splash everywhere. When it was done, I found it looked super cool. Alright, so this verdant carpeting plant here is Hemianthus calitricoides, or as is called in the aquascaping hobby, HC cuba. This awesome plant is normally aquatic, but it can be trained and adapted to live in wet environments on land, just like moss. We laid it out in various areas. They're one of my favorite carpeting plants because they look like a field of clovers from afar. Now it's time to work on the aquatic areas. We first added white sand to the foreground. This will make the entire aquatic floor look cleaner. We began with the biggest plants first. Java fern was stuck into the crevices of driftwood and rocks. This easy-to-grow aquatic plant can grow in or out of soil, glued directly onto rocks and wood, and tolerates low light, so they're perfect for the shadowy areas, and a popular choice for tanks. Similarly, we had several species of anubias of varying sizes, which, like Java fern, grows attached to rocks and decor and tolerates lower light. Now, an aquascaping trick when choosing plants and where to plant them is to use the forced perspective method, where smaller leafed plants are planted towards the back and larger leafed plants towards the sides and front. This would help give the illusion that the tank is deeper than it actually is. As we were completing the final plantings, I couldn't help but think about how all of this began due to something I watched 5 years ago. It took just one YouTube video in 2020, at the height of the global pandemic lockdown. we were all stuck at home, and I was searching YouTube for how to get rid of algae from my 75-gallon fish tank. But then I stumbled upon a video by this man, Yuris Yuchayev, talking about aquascaping, and I instantly knew I had to learn more. At that moment, I was officially sucked down the aquascaping rabbit hole. The possibility for aquatic setups blew my mind. The carpeting plants, the purling bubbles as the plants respired, the moss, the grazing shrimp, the fish, the landscaping, the cool path of white gravel. Even though I was traditionally an insect guy, everything about the aquascaping hobby resonated with my entire being, and I became obsessed. For over 8 months, I was entrenched, studying day and night everything aquascape from Yuris and other aquascaping YouTubers like Green Aqua and George Farmer. And also this legend. So you know how the godfather of ant keeping is Uncle Milton of Uncle Milton Ant Farms from the 50s? Well, I was surprised to learn that there's a godfather of aquascaping too. His name is Takashi Amano, a late Japanese photographer and author of Nature Aquarium World, a 3-book series on aquascaping, freshwater aquarium plants, and fish that revolutionized the way we keep fish in planted tanks. If you mention his name to any aquascaper, there's always a sense of reverence and honor that follows, lingering in the air. For a lot of people, he was the founder of this incredible hobby known as aquascape, and a legend at showing the world how beautiful nature aquariums can be. So, studying from the greats, I not only was able to get rid of the algae in my tank, but I was able to transform it into the nature aquarium of my dreams. Now, I eventually moved out of my apartment and consequently had to rehome my tank. But I knew one day I would be needing all of that aquascaping knowledge for a future project. And I was right. Here I was now, working on the greatest tank of my entire life. Now, before I show you the final result of our giant Vivarium 3, on this topic of aquascaping gurus, I have to shout out my buddy, Jay Cortez, a master aquascaper, and the one who helped me source all these incredible plants. He has been monumental at helping me make my vision for Vivarium 3 come to life. Interestingly, despite all his years of aquascaping experience, Jay says he's never worked on a tank quite like this before, which further affirmed to me just how special Giant Vivarium 3 really was. And so, after all the months of planning and hard work, a team of efforts, and lots of passion, our giant tropical wetlands vivarium was finally completed. AC family, it's with great honor that I present to you our brand new tropical wetlands vivarium and the future extension of our cloud rainforest. It was hands down the most beautiful slice of nature within glass I'd ever seen. The sight of it took my breath away. The details were sublime. I just couldn't take my eyes away from the sheer beauty of our wetlands. Let's have a tour around, starting first on land. I call this bridge of driftwood the Arch of Aquarius. It will act as a cool bridge for future land animals to cross between islands, passing some beautiful bromeliads along the way. I love how this island meets the water at a number of points for easy access for animals in and out of the water. Check out the telangia beside the cryptanthus. These two bromeliads are now branch buddies. Let's move down below water. First, look at the foot of this island. Man, the details! Plants were just encrusted everywhere, occupying various pockets of aquatic space. First, look at this. My dream Bucephalandra, that is. This is one of those precious aquascaping plants that come in a variety of colors, from green to red to even purple. They attach to rocks and wood, and I've missed owning my own set of Buce. I've got 5 species of Buce in this vivarium. I love the look of the Anubias and Java fern attached on the vertical driftwood surface. And here we come to my favorite plant of all. Remember that plant in the container? This is Nymphaea red tiger lotus. It's a gorgeous red lotus plant, which will soon send its reddish striped leaves up to the surface to form cool lily pads of lotus. Ah, love it so much. Other pops of red are on the way. This rapini-looking plant is Samolus parviflorus red, and will soon look nice and reddish. So will this future wall of Rotala, planted there at the back. The grass-looking plants are Ericolum Vietnam. The other side of the vivarium is just as gorgeous. Here's where the outtake of the filter is. We constructed a driftwood cover to conceal its presence. I just love how both islands offer some cool hiding spaces for future creatures to inhabit. And this was the best. At the center was a cool pathway of white sand, and for me a symbol of our ever-winding and adventurous journey into nature discovery. Doesn't it look pretty? I just loved sitting in front of the tank and, pun intended, soaking it all in. With gratitude, knowing we reached the finish line with the initial building of our tropical wetlands. But as I was sitting there, it was then that I made the most wonderful discovery of all. The plants were pearling already. They were already taking in dissolved carbon dioxide from the water and respiring oxygen air. It's been years since I've seen this. And man, have I missed this sight. The bubbles floated up gracefully like reverse snowflakes to the surface. such a beautiful thing, and a great sign the plants were healthy and beginning to establish in their new home. The more these plants flourish over time, the more pearling we'll be seeing. It was awesome to see that the plants were already performing their important work in our wetlands ecosystem, providing oxygen for its future inhabitants. It was a beautiful reminder of the importance of plants for life on Earth. They use light energy from the sun and convert CO2 into oxygen for animals to breathe. Herbivorous animals eat plants, deriving their energy from them, which makes its way up the food chain. Plants are hands down critical to global ecosystems, and my favorite part of building vivariums. And so, AC family, it's time to announce the name I've chosen for this vivarium. As voted on by you, the AC family, Giant Vivarium 3 will from now on be called the Bermuda Rectangle. I like that name. And now it was time for the Bermuda Rectangle's biggest event of all. The moment I'm sure a lot of you have been waiting for. I know I have. It's time to welcome our first generation of tropical wetland creatures. The time has come for Gaia 3. Let's add our creatures in, shall we? Vote in my community tab to affect this story. The creatures are in, but how does this keep happening? This is the Bermuda Rectangle, my giant tropical wetlands vivarium. Soon to connect via a glass bridge along the ceiling to my other two giant vivariums, home to a self-sustaining ecosystem of creatures. But now it was time for the Bermuda Rectangle's biggest event of all. It's time to welcome our first generation of tropical wetland creatures. The time has come for Gaia 3. Let's add our creatures in, shall we? But little did I know, a ton of life was already secretly living within the tank, including the most unexpected creature of all, a dragon that had been hiding in the cracks since the start. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I carefully placed the new creatures in their bags into the waters for the acclimation process before their release into their unoccupied virgin wetlands. Or at least, that's what I thought. For it turns out, these wetlands weren't as virgin as I had thought, and life was already colonizing our new wetlands kingdom with a secret Gaia event that had already happened in the Bermuda Rectangle. And boy, was I up for the surprise of a lifetime. But I was stoked and have been waiting forever for this. Let me show you the creatures I intended to populate these waters. These are shrimp, Neocaridina davidi, also known as cherry shrimp. They're cute, and I've got some stunning colors here too. These are a blood red variety, green jade, yellow, and several others. You'll see them all when they're released. They were super eager to explore the vast lands below them. But guys, I was shocked to discover that the bags didn't only contain shrimp. I shouted when I spotted these creatures. Water boatmen. These aquatic insects from the family Coryxidae have forelegs covered with hairs that are shaped like oars that help them swim around. I saw them in several bags. They were accidental inclusions, as I did not order them from the shrimp suppliers. They must have hitched a ride from the shrimp tanks, but I was happy about their secret hitchhiking, as these water boatmen would definitely be an awesome addition to our wetlands as well. Now, these shrimp and water boatmen were my chosen set of first creatures to be added into the tank as part of Gaia 3, with many more aquatic creatures to be introduced over the coming weeks. As is the rule with aquaria, you must add your creatures gradually, little by little, due to something called cycling, which I'll cover in an upcoming episode. But basically, if you add too many creatures all at once, you'll end up killing everything due to ammonia buildup. So of course, I decided on these creatures to start, and stuck with the rules. But little did I know, Mother Nature had her own rules at play, because it turns out a ton of life outside these bags had already begun to claim dominion over the Bermuda Rectangle's waters below them, and even above. When the wetlands were first set up, the waters were crystal clear and beautiful. But the next day, our Bermuda Rectangle became a rather different place. It looked like this. The water had grown cloudy and not as pristine as when we first created the Vivarium. The reason? A bacterial bloom. Basically, many species of bacteria rapidly multiplying. If we were to look at a drop of these waters under a microscope, we'd find tons of microbes, the first organisms to begin populating our wetlands. Though alarming for any new aquarium owner, it is actually a normal part of setting up a new tank, also called new tank syndrome. It eventually all went away in a few days. But 3 days later, once the cloudiness cleared, the next phase. No, someone didn't pee in the water. This yellowish brown color is caused by tannins leaching from the driftwood, a water tinting condition known as black water. This is again totally normal and would eventually go away over time with partial water changes and the addition of this stuff called purigen placed into the sump tank. But the slight tinting made the water look a bit more natural, so I didn't mind it for now, and it's quite beneficial for aquatic life. And man, was I surprised to discover life. And I'm not talking just microbes. Check it out. On the surface, a tiny fly-like creature floated along, allowing the currents to take it somewhere far. Random insects like these were definitely introduced via the plants, but I wanted to search for signs of life below the water. At first, there were a few points I thought I had spotted new creatures, but most of them were just debris, delivered on the currents of the waterfall. I continued searching for signs of living things around the tank, for the tiniest movement that seemed out of the ordinary. I felt as though I was visiting a new planet, searching for UAPs, i.e., unidentified aquatic phenomena. As I scanned the underwater landscape, I was mesmerized by the Bermuda Rectangle's ethereal beauty. Oh, I thought it was a worm. I hate worms. It's just some biofilm or something. And then I finally spotted life. an alien creature and an orb. Just kidding. It was a baby snail and an ostracod, a type of aquatic crustacean. More and more, I began to spot various forms of life. This here looked like an insect larva of some sort. Perhaps a beetle? Any experts out there care to identify the species? Check out this tiny area of glass. To the human eye, I saw nothing here, but my camera lens proved otherwise. Now that is a worm. Perhaps a planaria? Ew. But fact was, life was indeed beginning to seed itself into the waters, having been transported in via the decor and plants. Comes to show you how contaminated with life everything on the planet is, laying undetected until, ew! Ugh, spotted another worm. I shuddered watching it swim around and swore to myself I'd wear gloves when it came time to work around the waters to free the shrimp. But meanwhile, on the other side of the ant room, an inquiring beast was watching all the action from afar. Godzilla, our resident spectacled caiman, stood basking on his rock with mouth open. Something in the Bermuda rectangle had caught his attention. He was always curious about the new watery world he watched come into construction from the very beginning, but lately, it seemed as though Godzilla couldn't keep his eyes off the tank. Was he interested in moving into the new big body of water? Perhaps the addition of the new creatures he could eat? I didn't know, but I knew Godzilla's eyes were sharp and our dragon here was highly intelligent. I knew whatever he kept looking at in the Bermuda rectangle was something of great interest. But it was now time to release the critters. Let's open up these bags and set our colonizers free, shall we? I went in and began to break open the bags. More and more shrimp began to break free from the bags and began exploring the lands. They immediately went straight to work, picking at edible debris from all surfaces, sifting through the grains of sand, picking microscopic food from moss, rocks, the glass, and hopping from plant to plant like bees. It was quite incredible to watch. And soon, they were all in, and the sight of our new inhabitants within the waters took my breath away. A water boatman floated suspended for a moment as it took in its new surroundings. And with it, a friend. Seems they found each other in these vast, strange lands. Together, the pair of water boatmen began to explore their home, popping up to the surface periodically to breathe some air. They looked kind of like hovering flies with their large eyes, or alien drones floating along with the current. They were truly amazed, staring at the new world around them. And my, was it a wonderful world to now call home. The colors were stunning. It was like I was watching a flock of various colored birds flying around a lush green landscape. Blue shrimp, red shrimp, green shrimp raced to far corners of the territories to explore their new home, hoping to find organic matter to feed on from the buffet of surfaces on which they could graze. This black one was checking out my boosie. It wasn't long before the shrimp discovered this waterfall area, delivering fresh waters from the filter, but also debris from the land area, snagged by the moss. It was indeed a haven for our shrimp, and I couldn't stop staring at our new and wondrous population of multicolored crustaceans. Alrighty, Sea Family, I think you know what I'm going to ask next. What should we name our new population of shrimp? Leave your name suggestions in the comments. All of these new shrimp were my first choice for creatures to place in, as they would form the initial cleanup crew for our tropical wetlands ecosystem, as they are excellent detritivores, breaking down rotting and organic material. They, along with the boatmen, will feed on decaying plant and animal matter, biofilm, some algae, and anything they find tasty. They also breed quite easily, and I expect them to become a base food source for future creatures higher up in the food chain, much like the role roaches and crickets play in the terrestrial ecosystems of Pandora and Orcadia. So I wanted to add these shrimp in first, so they get a head start at getting a good population of shrimp going. Though they look enormously plentiful now, they'll soon find their favorite hiding places all around the territories, where they can get away from any future predators. By then, the aquatic plant life of the Bermuda Rectangle should be much more grown in, giving the shrimp more places to hide from predation. As mentioned earlier, Gaia 3 will have to take place over several weeks, instead of just one mass Noah's Ark-style release event of creatures, like in the previous Gaia events, as this would allow beneficial bacteria to develop in our sump for water cleaning, and also give our tropical wetlands ecosystem the best chance for success, as we build the food chain up slowly. Water worlds, though a much more complicated system than terrestrial worlds, are capable of some incredible possibilities for cohabiting life. We still have many more creatures I want to add in here. And let's not forget, just like in our other Vivaria, I expect to spot more introduced life here as time goes on. Overall, I was quite happy with how everything has been going so far. And I just couldn't stop staring at this awesome slice of nature we had created. I had some amazing plans ahead for the next set of creatures I had scheduled to be added in next week. Until then, I would allow our new population of shrimp to enjoy flying around their new watery home. It was then that I discovered another creature, one that Mother Nature had chosen to fly around our wetlands. I noticed a peculiar form. Hey, a lizard. At first I thought it was a large adult house gecko that snuck in via the driftwood pieces. You little bugger, welcome to the Bermuda... Wait a sec. I looked closer and soon realized, hey, that's no gecko. No way! Draco. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. I just can't believe this. This is the Bermuda Rectangle, my giant tropical wetlands vivarium, which will soon be attached to my other two giant vivariums, Pandora and Orcadia, home to an active ecosystem of various life. But after adding some creatures into the wetland vivarium last week, I noticed a peculiar form on the driftwood. Hey, a lizard. At first I thought it was a large adult house gecko that snuck in via the driftwood pieces. You little bugger, welcome to the Bermuda... Wait a sec. I looked closer and soon realized, hey, that's no gecko. No way! Draco. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. It crawled out from the bushes onto the driftwood, and I literally died. So if you're new to this creature, Draco is the name of a genus of flying dragon, aka flying lizard, native to where I live, known for their ability to unfold a flap of ribs on the sides of their body to allow them to glide through the trees. You can see all that loose skin on the sides of its body that make up the gliding flaps. Oh, I couldn't wait to see it glide. What an awesome shape and skin pattern it had. Now, I've never been lucky enough to find or catch one of these guys, but we struck gold, AC family. It was definitely introduced here via the massive driftwood pieces, which were collected from outside and had a ton of holes. My guess was when the wood was collected, this little guy must have crawled inside, and it stayed in the wood until it was installed into here. What an adventure this little one must have undergone. As I watched him drink from the moss, I decided to name him Draco, after his genus. But I was ecstatic about finding Draco, not just because of his cool gliding abilities, but also because of what these lizards love to eat. You see, they're one of the few animals in the world that actually love to eat ants, along with other small insects like termites, tiny flies, etc. My dream has always been to house a flying dragon in Orcadia, our treetop canopy vivarium, which is just full of ants. Which made me wonder, it had been living here in the Bermuda Rectangle for about 2 weeks now. What had it been eating? Or had it been starving this whole time? It was then that I got my answer. When he was ready, Draco leaned back and began to drop a deuce. He defecated onto the moss, which would end up nourishing it. The poop looked quite healthy and large, so he must be eating something in these wetlands. I resolved to eventually try to catch him, so I could transfer him over to Orcadia. But first, there was a certain problem I needed to address. A war was taking place below in the waters. The next set of creatures were floating in their bags, ready to be released to engage in the Green War. So in keeping aquariums, there's always a delicate balance of nutrients, life forms, and water parameters that can make aquatic worlds difficult to manage, depending on how complex of an aquatic world you're keeping. As you may expect, the Bermuda Rectangle is pretty much as complex as you can get. as far as a freshwater chunk of nature goes. From a water chiller to massive sump filter, CO2 canisters to UV bulbs and fertilizers, all of which represent real factors in nature that play a vital role in keeping the wetlands ecosystem healthy. But every tank owner knows that this aquatic balance is delicate, and one wrong parameter can lead to death, or in the case of the Bermuda Rectangle, an invasion of algae. Meet the bad guys, Team Algae. Algae is a name given to many types of photosynthetic life forms that grow on everything. It has already begun to grow its long wispy fibers on the glass, as well as every rock, sand, and plant surface in the water. The brownish diatoms on the sand are also algae, and the shrimp can't really keep up with eating it. Plus, it isn't their favorite thing to eat. And on the opposing team are the good guys in our tank, Team Plants, who are all doing quite well. Now, this green war between Team Algae and Team Plants is a battle over the same resources, namely light energy from the sun and nutrients in the water. Now, I'm not afraid of a little algae in my tanks, as aquatic ecosystems do need them. But if left unchecked, algae can completely overtake a tank. It can grow on the plants, stealing their nutrients and sunlight. And from an observation standpoint, I won't be able to film much if the glass is covered in algae. It was important that the losing team always be Team Algae. And so, my solution was to call for reinforcements, using the powers of Mother Nature's special soldiers to help our wetlands ecosystem win its green war against algae. Let's release the soldiers now, shall we? AC family, this is going to be so satisfying to watch. First, I released a batch of snails. I plopped them all in. They were a bit dazed at first, but once they found their bearings, they immediately began to disperse into the vast new world of their new home. Now, there are two of my favorite species of algae-eating snails here. The smooth ones are nerite snails, and the ones with spikes are a type of nerite snail called Clethon corona. The snails began to wander in the vegetation in search of algae. I held my breath as I watched the first snail racing towards the glass. As soon as it touched the surface, it immediately identified food. I watched in awe as the snail began to graze from the glass, eating up the algae using its mouth scraper type teeth. I loved watching the algae strands disappear into the snail's mouth like spaghetti. It was then that I knew adding in these snails to feed on the algae that the shrimp weren't willing to clean up was the right decision. There was a lot of algae here to go. Snails were starting to eat the algae growing on the sand as well, and more began to discover the algae-covered glass. It was all so satisfying to watch. Eat, snails, eat! Great job, snails. Guys, what should we name our new team of snails? Let me know in the comments. Next, I released two types of algae-eating fish. First, these are albino Chinese algae eaters. And next, these fish are called flying foxes. As soon as the fish were released, they immediately took note of the algae-filled environment and began to feed from all surfaces. And just like that, our team of algae eaters was complete. I couldn't wait to see the result of the Green War in about a week's time. Over the next week, I tried my best to catch Draco, but man was he fast. I also really wanted to catch him gliding, but at the moment, it seems he's either too young or just doesn't feel the need yet to take huge leaps across the vivarium. He mostly opts for mini leaps when wandering the tank. But though I didn't spot him gliding, I did catch him doing this. Check it out. How cool! He was displaying his dewlap. That neck flap flare was a clear display of territory ownership. He officially saw these lands as home. Perhaps the wetlands weren't such a bad place for him. He could definitely swim if he ever fell into the water. And to be fair, there was much more gliding room here than in Arcadia. Eventually, the Bermuda rectangle, once complete with its full set of creatures, would be attached to Pandora via a cave tunnel bridge along the ceiling, so Draco would eventually have the opportunity to cross over to the old world Vivaria if he wanted to. So what do you guys think? Should we just keep Draco in here for now, since he seems to be doing okay so far? In the meantime, every day I collected various ants for him to eat. I harvested some of my leviathans, my pet marauder ants, of which I had plenty, brushing them into a small container and placing it into the Bermuda rectangle for the ants to wander around and hopefully be eaten by Draco. I also tried giving him arboreal ant species, including the Chromatogaster ants from Pandora. I never actually caught him eating the ants, but it did look like he was getting bigger and fatter, so he was certainly eating something. There were a ton of flying insects all around, which he could have been eating as well. Whatever the case, it seems our wetlands ecosystem was already ecosysteming, and so too in the waters. A week after the introduction of the algae eaters, check out the result. So sweet. The glass was now cleaner, and the once abundant green fibers of algae were now gone. The sands looked much cleaner now too, and it seemed our plan to win the Green War, with the help of our algae eaters, had worked brilliantly. Overall, our tropical wetlands vivarium was so promising. The plants and animals appeared healthy and happy, and I couldn't wait to continue watching the Bermuda rectangle and all its residents evolve and grow together in biological splendor over time. Everything was going as scheduled and as planned. That wasn't until one morning, without warning, something truly terrible happened. After reading some of your comments in the episode where I first built the tank, I began to worry. A few of you expressed concerns over the possibility of the tank leaking one day, but my team of tank builders had built many tanks and ponds in the past, and 2 weeks had gone by problem-free, so I didn't think anything of it. Until one morning, I woke up to the worst nightmare possible. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. What a complete disaster! This was my giant tropical wetlands vivarium, called the Bermuda Rectangle, and it was full of aquatic life and even a resident flying lizard. My dream was to build the coolest biodiverse wetlands ecosystem within its glass walls, so it could attach by way of a glass connection to my other two giant vivaria, forming one huge trifecta of connected tropical life. But sadly this week, my dream plans turned into my worst nightmare when I saw this. This is the craziest story of a massive leak event that devastated my promising tropical wetlands vivarium and all its life within, causing the ultimate end of the Bermuda rectangle. But not in the way you might be thinking. Check out how it all went down. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. The Bermuda rectangle was a dream-developing wetlands ecosystem, and none of its residents could have expected what was coming. The community of thriving plants, animals, and other life forms established a brilliant harmony of balance in what couldn't have been a more perfect aquatic system. Microscopic life was already beginning to proliferate in its flowing waters. Insect larvae and worms were spotted all around. The community of multicolored shrimp, named the Skittles, were busy picking away at minuscule edible bits from the gravel, mosses, and plants, like my gorgeous Boosie here. Backswimmers paddled peacefully through the aquaspace as a team of algae-eater fish and snails grazed from the glass, keeping them clear and free of algae. I just love how the wetlands ecosystem was coming into fruition, slowly but surely. But little did I know, this beautiful slice of nature was going to be the Bermuda rectangle's last day of existence. The next morning, I was shocked to find the whole floor of the ant room completely wet with a carpet of wet gravel. But the ant room is built for accidental floods, with drains all over. But what really shocked me was the tank. It had drained almost completely of water, endangering all life within the vivarium. I took this video and sent it to my team of tank builders, who immediately rushed to my place. That is Ben, the architect in charge of building this tank, an aquarium hobbyist, a fellow AC family, and also my close friend. He stared blankly into the tank with the saddest look. As water rushed out of the breach, I actually felt so sorry for him. He was just as devoted and in love with this whole wetlands project as I was, being there every step of the way, and was certain of the calculations and work by the team. Ben had constructed tanks and massive ponds in the past, and was no stranger to the power of water. We had filled the vivarium with more water and allowed the drip to enter back into the sump while we addressed where the glass had separated, causing the leak, and how we would fix it. The water pressure had been far too great on this front glass panel, which caused a separation in the sealant. The back and sides had brackets, helping to keep those glass panels safe from bowing outward due to the water pressure, so they were okay. It was this front panel which was problematic. In the end, to my horror, we had no other choice but to completely drain the wetlands, dig out the entire front end of gravel and plants, and reseal the front along with extra enforcements. Later that day, I approached the Bermuda rectangle and couldn't believe my eyes. What was once a neat and lush landscape was now a plot of devastated ground, covered in paper towel to help keep the plants moist through this dry period, which would have to last several days. The plant's exposure to air now must have not felt nice, and in my mind would probably lead to a lot of plants dying. All the aquatic animals we could catch, from fish to snails to shrimp, were waiting in a state of limbo within a container, off to the side. It looked as though a tornado had blown through here, with the white gravel dug out everywhere. So let's address what had to be done. The entire front panel originally had a piece of glass that acted as a fortification to ensure the main front glass panel wouldn't bow outward from the water pressure. This piece of glass was then sealed to the bottom glass and the front glass using a special black sealant designed for sealing tanks. Ben and our team dug out all the gravel from the front, cleaned and dried this area, then added 3 more fortifying pieces and a ton more black sealant. This area would need to dry over 3 days, and a fan would help with this. But having wind blow through this vivarium was also hard for the collection of aquatic plants. I gasped when I saw our once verdant moss vine now dried up and dead. It hurt me to think that all the gorgeous plants that used to line the floor might dry up over the next few days. The vivarium did have automated rain, just like our other vivaria, but this was not the same as being submerged. It was the most we could do, though, to try to preserve everything, and only time would tell if the plants and all the creatures would survive this state of suspended survival. It was now up to the wetland organisms to fight through the drought. I broke down, thinking about all my failed dreams for the Bermuda rectangle. Across the room, some reptilian beasts were silently watching the scene. Waking from his slumber in the Blackwater Pond of Pandora, Godzilla took great interest in what was going on in the world just beyond. He's been eyeing the Bermuda Rectangle since its creation. I think he saw all the creatures living there he could eat, as well as the vast waters in which he could swim. Godzilla's time in Pandora, in which he was raised, was quickly coming to an end. He would be needing more space now that he has grown a lot. Little did he know, his future would soon look very interesting. Also looking on was Snap, now a full-grown sunskink, resting atop the Hallelujah tree stump on which Apothos had converted into its giant form. I wondered if she had any interest in exploring the Bermuda Rectangle once Pandora was joined to it, but now I wasn't sure what the plan was. Inside, I was beginning to wonder if this whole Wetlands project was a case of me biting off more than I could chew. The greater majority of my experience with tanks were terrariums. Having a largely aquatic system as big as our Wetlands vivarium here was definitely something different from my past builds. I've had a 75-gallon aquarium in the past, and lots of paludaria, but never this big. Keeping a tank this massive, which was predominantly water, was harder than I thought. For a moment, I considered the idea that perhaps I should just scrap the whole tropical wetlands vivarium idea and maybe redo this whole tank to turn it into something easier. Maybe I could just take everything apart and create a bog terrarium or something with less water. Or just go back to what I know most and fill it with dirt so it could be one massive ant farm. It was then that a movement caught my eye. Hey, a nerite snail. It was one of the snails that was hiding from us while we tried to collect the animals before draining. It slid across the glass, along its slimy underside. These snails were capable of surviving on land for some time. It was hoping that wetter days would come. On the paper towel, I noticed a series of little pieces of what I thought might be poop, but that I later realized were actually seeds, dispersed from one of the nearby plants. It seems the plants were sending off their seeds in hopes they would find a proper place to sprout. And then I looked up and saw our resident flying dragon. Draco was perched high up on the arch of Aquarius, standing proud and majestic, despite the lands below him looking rather post-apocalyptic. He too had grown to love these lands and had claimed them as his home. It was then that I realized You know what? No. I won't give up on our wetlands. The animals and plants weren't going to give up, and we're fighting through this drought event. Miss Piggy and Kermit, the tree frogs of Arcadia, were counting on the connection to the wetlands. For their breeding season, which was coming up, they needed the wetlands in which to lay their eggs and home their tadpoles. I just knew Draco would one day be living in Arcadia, our canopy vivarium, which was just full of ants for him to eat, and tree branches in which to frolic. All the life, ants, reptiles, amphibians, and perhaps even plants within our disconnected tropical system would benefit from this great bridging event and connection of the old worlds to the new. Inside, I knew in my heart that it was my duty as their caregiver and creator of worlds to fix this and fight for all of them. The leak test was scheduled to happen in 3 days, and I promised myself I'd do whatever it took to revive our wetlands. As the tank began to fill with water, my team and I stood anxiously on the side, watching and praying that the tank would pass this test. If it didn't, that would be very bad. But we were committed to the hope that the result of this leak test would be favorable. We added all necessary fortifications and seals to ensure that this time a leak would not be possible. As the tank began to fill up, I noticed shrimp beginning to swim through the waters. Wow, there were skittles that had gone into hiding all this time? They joyously swam through the water, happy that hydration had returned to their home. The snails also came out of hiding to once again move around the wetlands. I crossed my fingers and hoped for them and all our other animals that the tank would pass this leak test. And then, the tank was full. AC family, now it was time to wait and check the tank for any leaks. And turns out, the tank held in the water the entire day. It had passed the leak test. The next day, after a whole 24 hours of the tank proving it could handle the water weight and remain leak-free, we turned on the pump, and waters began to cascade down our waterfall beautifully. It was the great return of water to our wetlands. It was then that I decided to name this waterfall Cascadia. Over the following days, we added the animals back in and continued to rehabilitate the tank, fixing the whole front end of it. And though it didn't look exactly the same as before, I felt it was an okay change in look that I knew I'd eventually get used to. As for the plants, at first the first few days of air exposure seemed to have weakened them, and a lot looked shriveled up. But 1 week later, this is what the plants of our wetlands looked like. they had all bounced back to life and looked as gorgeous as ever. Any plants that did die out, like our red tiger lotus, were simply replanted. Over the next week, I actually grew to love the new landscape and shape of the wetland floor. I loved this circular clearing of gravel. That would make a great campsite. I also loved how there were more exposed driftwood now, which would offer some cool hiding spots for the animals. On land, our mosses and plants also bounced right back to life, with moisture once again restored. And as for the dead moss vine, we managed to create a new one, but this time made a moss root, which helped direct the water more efficiently to the base of Cascadia, which helped diminish splash against the front glass, keeping it clearer. Over a week has passed since the leak, and there have been no leaks since. The bustling life has returned to the wetlands beautifully, like nothing ever happened. Ostracods and shrimp grazed from the floor. And look, see those blue babies? There were many recently born baby skittles, our first generation of natively born shrimp, spotted all over, as well as several pregnant skittle mothers carrying eggs. The skittles were definitely going to undergo a population boom very soon. The plants had picked up in their growth right from where they left off. My boosie had bounced back and looked as stunning as ever. Check out the moss. See the new moss tips? I was so glad I chose to keep these wetlands wet and not turn them into something else. After this entire ordeal, I realized two things. One, that much of wetland life is designed to handle sudden drainage of water for a period of time. I mean, who would have ever expected the shrimp to survive several days out of water? And two, that it wasn't a mistake to bite off more than I could chew in attempting to take on this Wetlands Vivarium project. Taking the risk to try new things, despite being challenging, is the quickest catalyst to learning and a great way to explore uncharted, amazing worlds. Fact is, failure is a part of life, including for us YouTubers, and mistakes help us learn, grow, and get better. Though this project might seem to some as just content for a YouTube channel, in reality, I'm just a hobbyist with a passion for nature, wanting nothing more than to share this journey of biological discovery with the world, truly as it happens, which means sometimes it includes my failures. Presenting mistakes for millions of people to see, scoff at, judge, ridicule, or bully with is the scariest thing for a YouTuber. Animal YouTube can especially get heated due to it involving animal lives. Lives we all love, want to protect, and fight for, which is why I'm okay to take the heat whenever it comes my way. Inside, I feel terrible that this happened, but all I can hope for now is that the tank no longer leaks, and that anyone out there watching, attempting to make a tank involving water, learns just how complicated tank containers can be. Getting an already made tank should decrease the chance of mistakes like this from happening. But even then, accidents can happen. As for Ben, he felt terrible for this whole ordeal and continued to apologize for days, offering to pay me back for all the trouble. But of course, I didn't accept it, and I wasn't mad at him. He is, after all, my friend. And plus, didn't a wise, godly man once tell us that we should always forgive? Ben knows now exactly where we went wrong, and fixed the issue swiftly, and also learned a lot from all this. So guys, if I may ask, please be kind to my buddy Ben in the comments, will ya? As he could sure use a hug from the rest of the AC family after all this. I'm still glad I chose Ben and his skillful team to build the Vivarium. It was just an honest mistake that is now fixed. But speaking of fixing mistakes, I think I have another mistake I'd like to rectify now. I originally called the Wetlands Vivarium the Bermuda Rectangle, which was a name I saw suggested in the comments. But a huge number of you didn't approve of such a name after its announcement. Now, I'm not so much the superstitious type, but looking back, I think choosing such an ominous name
might have been a mistake, and this leak was surely a bad omen. So, I decided today would mark the end of the Bermuda Rectangle and the start of a new world. AC family, our new tropical wetlands vivarium will from now on be called Hydromeda, a name which over 45,000 of you voted for in my community tab poll. As the new fog began to roll through Hydromeda, blanketing its waters like a spiritual mantle, I couldn't help but feel grateful that we fixed the leak crisis, that we learned new lessons, and that life was resilient by design. I couldn't wait to see what was up ahead for Hydromeda. Speaking of which, the next set of wetland creatures were waiting in their bags for their epic release into Hydromedan waters. And AC family, I can't wait for all of you to meet them. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Hydromeda, my giant tropical wetlands vivarium, home to a plethora of aquatic creatures, and even a flying lizard ruling the land area. It's a personal biological project of mine to study the workings of ecosystems of wild tropical wetlands, all leading up to the second phase of this project, when I finally get to connect Hydromeda to my other two giant rainforest vivaria to create one massive world of life within glass. But the time has come to truly make these waters a wetland ecosystem with the addition of the most anticipated of additions: the fish. Huge schools of over 100 fish of different species were scheduled to be added to Hydromeda. And the result after their introduction into the wetlands truly left me speechless. But despite my carefully plotted plans for the creation of this new aquatic community, a crisis that I never could have predicted arose from the shadows. And by the time I noticed, it was already too late. This is the story of what happened when I added masses of schooling fish into my giant tropical wetlands vivarium, and how Hydromeda was changed forever thanks to the recurring and signature chaos of Mother Nature. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. A shoal of shrimp we've named the Skittles were picking away at a dead fish that had miraculously fallen from above. Excuse me. Stop hogging. Let me in, guys. Will you please move? There were actually a couple other dead fish nearby that were also claimed by the shrimp. But I was actually okay to see this, and I'll explain why soon. But something I was not okay with was actually happening unbeknownst to me in a place I wasn't quite looking. And this, AC family, is how it all went down. I was super excited to finally add this next batch of fish into Hydromeda. The wetlands already had several algae eater fish, but what I was really looking forward to seeing were schooling fish. I longed to watch fish travel in tight groups through the lands, like a flock of birds streaming through the skies. And I had several fish species lined up to add in, but this first batch were some of the cutest schooling fish ever. The catfish. "What peculiar fellows," said a yellow skittle as it tiptoed past picking food from the wood. "Let's meet our new catfish now, shall we? In these bags are small catfish belonging to the genus Corridoras. These are panda corridoras, leopard, and peppered. They were so eager to be released into the lush green lands below and had been waiting patiently in their bags. I actually was curious to know if they would travel in separate schools of their own kind, or if they would happily mix, or if they would simply just all scatter around to do their own thing. Rumor has it that Corydoras catfish do travel in schools of hundreds or even thousands in the wild. So let's see. AC family, shall we? First, I released the leopard Corydoras. They were at first a bit stunned at their new surroundings and just stood completely still, taking in the strange vast world around them. Some explored the shadows of the driftwood. Some immediately began to forage, tasting all the edible junk it could find in the sand. Others hung out in the plants. Let's release the peppered Corydoras. The peppered Corydoras immediately began to feed from the sand floor, performing their important job as bottom feeders and cleanup crew. They also eat tiny insects and creatures they can manage to suck up. I love the blue shine on them. They even work to clean up and feed from the shadowy places I couldn't quite see. There was plenty of junk for the fish to feed from, and they knew it. Those whiskers are sensory barbells that help them sniff out food. The shrimp now had some help with cleaning up, or perhaps some competition. So far, I didn't see any mixing of species, but let's see what happens when we release the pandas. The pandas appeared to be in shock with the introduction at first, and just kinda lay there, but soon woke up and began to search the lands for food. I loved watching this panda work meticulously through the moss in search of food. This panda was excited, rummaging through the grains of sand. This panda took a quick snooze break before moving on. It was interesting to see that some of the pandas somehow ended up finding each other, but some of the Corydoras seemed quite content to travel solo. I spotted a trio of peppards swimming together, but what I saw next was quite sad. Jules, a leopard Cory, was eyeing the trio, swimming all around. Jules was hoping to school with them. He swam up to the peppards. "Hey guys, mind if I join you?" Hello? Aw, how sad. The peppards weren't willing to mix with Jules. Rejection can be painful. Maybe he could be friends with the shrimp. Okay, guess not. It too kept its distance. It was amazing to admire the anatomy of the Corydoras up close. Check out that pattern. They're so cute, right? I love their sections of iridescence. And those barbells look quite funny. But it seemed for now, the Corydoras were okay with solo time, or loose groups. It wasn't until day 2 that I truly began to see some cool grouping behaviors. The next day I spotted a pair of pandas that had truly paired up. They explored the surface of the sandy floor together. And joined another panda to create a loose panda trio. The trio would even rest together before moving on. And guess what? I introduced a 4th species of Corydoras, known as sturbi. They look pretty awesome, right? And what do you know? It seems Jules had finally made a new friend. I watched with glee as Jules and a new sturbi swam together through the joyful currents. 2 new best friends in a promising new world. was happy to see the two Corys enjoying each other's company. The Sturbys were also quite cliquish, traveling together in loose groups of 2 or 3. In fact, 2 or 3 seemed to be the magic number for the Corridora schools. And though they didn't travel together in larger numbers, like I thought they might, it was still such a delight to see them group up into their mini trio or duo cliques. Alright, now that our new community of Corridoras catfish were in, and we learned about their schooling behaviors, now we could add in some other fish species that I knew for sure would school in large numbers and satisfy that itch I had to witness masses of fish schooling. And AC family, this was where things got very interesting. Tetras, the common name for a multitude of freshwater fish belonging to the family Characidae, to which many popular species within the aquarium hobby belong. There were 3 species of tetras I've been dying to see swim through these waters, simply because of how awesomely trippy they look, swimming in their massive schools. You guys are about to get quite the visual treat from here on in. It had been a week since I released the Corridoras, and it was now time to release our tetras. The first 2 species were waiting in these bags. Each bag contained a massive school of about 50 tetras. The fish were eager to be let out as they eyed the expansive land below. To all you aquarium hobbyists, do you guys recognize these tetras? And wait until you see the 3rd species to be added in after. These here are called rummy-nose tetras. Now these incredible fish form some of the most amazing schooling patterns I've ever seen and are my favorite schooling fish. But the coolest part about them is, see that red forehead they have? Well, they're kind of pale right now, but it's because they're stressed. You see, when these fish are stressed, that forehead goes pale to sometimes peach in color. This makes their forehead color a good indicator of the quality and condition of the waters in a tank. If their heads are not bright red, you know the fish are stressed, usually from poor water quality. I wondered how good the water quality of Hydromeda was. Guess we would soon find out when we release them. These are ember tetras, which are a beautiful orange tetra that also forms some incredible schools, and due to their goldfish-like coloration, truly stand out against the greenery. I had a feeling they would look stunning schooling through Hydromeda. Let's release the fish now, shall we? First, the embers. Completely terrified, the embers swam as far as they could and took cover, hiding away in the driftwood. Before I knew it, the majority of the large school of embers was gone, with only a few members willing to be out in the open to explore. I spotted a brave pair swimming to the other side, but I believe they were lost and looking for the school. These fish were definitely the shy type. Alright, let's release the rummy nose. And just as I had hoped, after finding their bearings for a moment, they got right into formation and began to school. The school kind of hovered on one end of the tank, while the embers seemed to stay on the opposite side. And then I noticed one brave and curious rummy nose taking the risk of swimming out on his own further into the waters, but darting back to the school when he got paranoid. And this is the beauty of the science of schooling. The whole purpose of schooling is for survival. The more you group together, the more eyes you have to spot potential predators or dangers around you. Plus, you have the added security of looking like a larger animal to predators. Schooling also makes it much harder to spot sick, weak, or injured individuals, which predators are always trying to scope out. But watching the school swimming back and forth, testing the waters as they ventured out further and further, was the coolest thing to watch. Each fish was so in tune with the adjacent fish surrounding it, as visual and sensory communication was everything. The slightest panic dart in the opposite direction by one single fish could create an instant chain reaction to ultimately flip the direction of the entire school. But a soft change in direction meant the individual fish just wanted to head back a bit to check something out, and not that there was any danger. This was the amazing collective intelligence of the fish school. The presence of the rummy-nosed tetras helped put the embers at ease a bit, and they slowly began to wander out of the woodwork, inspecting to see if things were indeed safe. Some even joined the rummy-nosed school. I could tell the rummy-nosed tetras were beginning to warm up to the waters of Hydromeda, and this confidence was beginning to spill over to the embers. I watched as a brave group of embers swam to the other side of the wetlands, escorted by a team of rummy-nose. Awesome! This would now surely help all the embers learn that these waters were safe and that it was okay to emerge into their new home. And soon, as predicted, both schools of tetras were out and schooling together. And it was one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen. Never in my life had I witnessed tetras having this much freedom to school like this, in this amount of open water. So I knew what we were witnessing here was truly special. I tried to sit up close to the vivarium, but when I approached the tank, the fish swam away like I was some big aquatic monster looking to eat them. They could totally see me through the glass. I had to sit a bit further back in order for them to be willing to swim in front of me. Alright guys, and now it was time for the final tetra species to be added in to complete our initial community of schooling fish. You will love these little guys. These are cardinal tetras. The stunning bright metallic blue stripe over a gorgeous red body make them one of the most attractive schooling fish in the aquarium hobby. They're often confused with neon tetras, which look similar, but I like cardinals better because the blue on cardinal tetras is more striking. I just couldn't wait to see clouds of these blue and red cardinals schooling through Hydromeda. The shape and pattern of their schooling is also slightly different from the rummies and the embers, which you'll soon see. I released the cardinals. And at first I couldn't find them. Hey, where did they go? I checked the wood, but it wasn't long before the streaks of metallic blue gave away their location. There they were, swimming around at the back. What a gorgeous school of fish. Now, I began to wonder why nature would give these very vulnerable fish such a bright coloration. Wouldn't that be like over-announcing your location to potential predators? But after thinking about it more, I realized that these fish often live in black water, meaning tinted water, with tannins from wood, much like these waters here in Hydromeda. And going back to the science of schooling, it was important that the fish could clearly see each other, read each other's movements, and know instantly what direction everyone was swimming for the survival of the whole. And bright colors meant better visibility in black water. I figured this had to be why these cardinal tetras, as well as other tetras, have evolved such striking colors. I watched and noticed all the fish instantly syncing up, becoming attuned to each other, communicating through visual cues where it was safe to swim, with each swarm informing the directional choices of the other. What a sublime sight to witness. And this, guys, is the reason why millions of us in the world love keeping fish tanks. Eventually, I noticed the fish were becoming accustomed to me hovering around, and soon I discovered that if I would just sit perfectly still, the fish would swim right by, and my heart raced as they did. And I totally freaked out when I noticed even the ultra-shy cardinals made the collective decision to swim a bit closer to me. Wow! We were clearly building a trust, and for the rest of the night, I sat there and marveled at Mother Nature's aquatic beauty. Let's just sit back and enjoy a few moments of the gorgeous, calming, and super gratifying view of our new schooling fish. What a trip! The next day, I was thrilled to see this. The rummy-nosed tetras. See those bright cherry red heads? That is the color of optimal water quality and happy fish. The embers had befriended the rummies and were happy to swim with them. The cardinals were also quite happy with their new home, still preferring the back end of the wetlands, probably due to the taller vegetation. It was amazing to see our wetland ecosystem welcoming its new community of fish. The ecosystem reached a new level of completion now, because check out the incredible cycle of nutrients that's happening here. We have the fish that release waste, that provides nutrients for the plants to grow. And my, were the plants loving all these pooping fish. The plants and microscopic life, feeding on fish waste, were offering food to smaller creatures, which were feeding bigger creatures, like the Corridoras. Microscopic algae feeding from fish waste nutrients were food for the algae eaters and snails. Decaying matter and dead fish, like these individuals, that were actually dead upon arrival to my place, were being eagerly picked apart by the Skittles and nibbled on by the Corridoras. Super cool to watch. The only missing link in our food chain at the moment was more predatory fish and creatures, which will be coming up in a future episode, as well as an abundance of microscopic insects and creatures needed to feed the tetras. I wasn't sure if the tetras could eat the shrimp newborns, but I'm still thinking of a way I can create a refugium for little creatures to breed safely away from the tetras, to eventually get dumped into Hydromeda, perhaps in the sump tank below, but that will be for a future episode. For now, I'll just have to feed the fish commercial fish food until I come up with an automatic tetra feeding solution. So this vivarium could be largely self-sustaining like my other vivaria. But I didn't mind doing this, as it was such a delight to watch them feed every day. Now, AC family, I bet you know what I'm about to ask next. What should we name our different schools of fish? Let me know your name suggestions for the Corridoras, the Rummy Nose, the Embers, and the Cardinals in the comments, and I'll choose my favorites. As the spiritual mists arrived to blow through Hydromeda, I couldn't help but marvel at this miraculous slice of nature we were able to create. How awesome that similar beautiful scenes like this happen out in the wild, on a macro scale, in the various diverse aquatic systems of the world without us ever seeing it. But Hydromeda gave us the perfect peak and had quickly become the coolest vivarium I've ever created in my life. And for hours, I sat with my heart full, enjoying the view. Hey, what was that? I looked closer. What? An ant. But when I realized what kind of ant it was, my heart dropped to the pit of my stomach. Fire ants! I could see some swimming on the surface of the water. Wait a second. I gasped as I opened the door to the vivarium. They were everywhere. The swarm of fire ants marching into Hydromeda was horrifying. No, fire ants were breaking into the wetlands, but where were they coming from? My heart beat loudly in my ears as I followed the trail. Down to the floor. Across to the other side of the ant room, and quickly realized where the swarm of fire ants were coming from. Oh no. Volcania! Vote in my community tab to affect this story. Oh man, I can't believe this. This is Hydromeda, my giant tropical wetlands vivarium, home to a growing ecosystem of creatures, in the water and on land. It's a personal biological project of mine to study the workings of ecosystems of wild tropical wetlands, all leading up to the second phase of this project, when I finally get to connect Hydromeda to my other two giant rainforest vivaria, and all creatures living within them. But last week, a very major crisis hit Hydromeda, which threatened the life and course of my project forever. Hey! What was that? I looked closer. What? An ant. But when I realized what kind of ant it was, my heart dropped to the pit of my stomach. Fire ants! I could see some swimming on the surface of the water. Wait a second. I gasped as I opened the door to the vivarium. They were everywhere. The swarm of fire ants marching into Hydromeda was horrifying. No! Fire ants were breaking into the wetlands, but where were they coming from? My heart beat loudly in my ears as I followed the trail. Down to the floor. Across to the other side of the ant room, and quickly realized where the swarm of fire ants were coming from. Oh no. Volcania! Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I couldn't believe my eyes. A long trail of fire ants streaming into Hydromeda like it was prime available real estate. They were marching right onto Hydromeda's land area, which was very bad news. These were the Crimson Knights, my pet fire ants that had broken loose from their setup again. I know, my bad for keeping them in an open setup. But I had to act fast, because seeing that the fire ants were not carrying brood either meant that the queen hadn't yet moved in, or that the queen and all the babies had long moved in already. Obviously the latter being the worst case scenario. But little did I know, the truth about this fire ant invasion was not at all what I was expecting, and that a major tragedy was up ahead. I followed the trail of fire ants along the ground and ran to Volcania, the Crimson Knights' volcanic island home. I couldn't imagine how they could have escaped though, because I routinely lined the edges with diatomaceous chalk, which is kind of like a lethal fire ant electric fence. It kills the ants by cutting them up microscopically, leading to rapid dehydration upon contact. Checking in on them, the Crimson Knights were preoccupied with another mass dissection project. They were feasting on some raw chicken legs and body parts, their regular meal fed to them once a week. These red tropical fire ants are a relative to the notorious fire ants of the US, have been an invasive species where I live for decades, and are a cause for a lot of ecological problems, namely their tendency to drive out most native ants, their unmatched aggression with a painful sting, and enormous colonies that grow quickly. The Crimson Knights have lived in this open-concept volcanic island-style setup for almost 2 years now, and though the ants have broken loose a couple of times, I'm not quite sure what else to do, as they're already living here and doing so well, and I can't exactly set them free outside as they're invasive. I may have to build some kind of glass fortress around the island, but then ventilation becomes a problem, and having to open and close a door to a fire ant space is a stinging nightmare waiting to happen. But I had to deal with the escape. I was prepared to bust out my vacuum as soon as I found the escape trail, when suddenly... Wait a sec. Hang on. As I looked around, I could see no trail of fire ants coming out of anywhere. I checked the sides, the back, the front, all over, and still no fire ants trailing out of the setup. Suddenly, things got strange. I went back to the trail of ants, and oddly, the fire ants weren't actually coming from Volcania. They were coming from Pandora, but oddly not from inside the Vivarium. I followed the trail some more, along the front of the Vivarium, towards the wall, winding around to another wall behind some plants. Under some furniture, winding all the way around to the rock wall behind Hydromeda. And eventually, back up to the trail leading into Hydromeda. Okay, what? officially confused. Where were these fire ants coming from if they weren't from Volcania and weren't the Crimson Knights? I couldn't find where the fire ants were coming from. Things weren't adding up. There was one good thing, however. Draco, our resident flying lizard, was basking tall and proud on the arch of Aquarius. If you're new, yes, Draco is a flying lizard capable of gliding through the air as they leap from tree to tree. He was unintentionally introduced into the wetlands by way of the driftwood, a bonus creature I discovered one day living in the tank. I always see him basking here on the arch of Aquarius, or hanging upside down on the mesh. He's quite intelligent and doesn't get spooked by the sudden hydromedan rains. The irrigation system actually intrigues him. I still haven't seen him glide yet. Perhaps he's still too young. I had been placing lots of pinhead crickets, as well as various ants collected from Pandora, into Hydromeda over the past 2 months that he's been living here. Yes, he eats ants, and there really aren't a lot of animals in the world that actually eat ants, which was why with all these fire ants now moving into Hydromeda, at least now he had a good supply of food around. I wasn't sure if fire ants were a part of his natural diet, but I would soon find out. Once the Great Connection event between Hydromeda and Pandora was made, Draco would be able to choose from a plethora of different ant species to feed from in both Pandora and Arcadia. I was happy to know that a very exciting and bright future was up ahead for Draco. Or so I thought. But speaking of a bright future, the waters of Hydromeda were certainly looking promising. Have a look at the aquatic wonderland that was developing below. Hydromedan waters were bustling with life. We had recently added all these schools of fish, which truly gave these watery lands a colorful flair, as fish gregariously traveled in the most beautiful schools amidst a gorgeous scenery of greenery. The plants were truly thriving now, and so much life was springing forth everywhere you looked. And look, my boosie is blooming beautifully. I wonder how pollination would work underwater. Are the shrimps the ones who pollinate the plants like bees? And man, look at that fire moss! Stunning. I was so pleased with the progress of our wetlands below the waterline. There was, however, another invasive species that was beginning to take over these waters, but I'll get into that later. For now, I had to deal with the issue of the fire ants. The fire ants were now inhabiting the soils of Hydromeda, so I needed to come up with a solution to deal with the fire ants. But it was late, so I decided I should sleep on it and deal with the fire ants in the morning. Little did I know, I would be waking up to the most tragic event that would befall the most tragic creature. The next morning, I checked around the vivarium and saw that Draco was not in his usual spot basking. That's odd. I looked all around for him, and when I spotted him, my heart sank. Draco! His body lay lifeless by Cascadia Falls. No! Our flying dragon had died, and I had so many questions. How? I then spotted a fire ant crawling over his body from a gaping hole in his abdomen. The fire ants had completely consumed his insides. AC family, I'm so sorry. I think the fire ants had killed him somehow. Perhaps stung him to death and ate him? Either that or he had died from some other cause, and the fire ants ate his body after the fact. I wasn't sure, but I was so sad to lose our first Hydromedon OG. I left Draco's body to decompose naturally by Cascadia, to become part of the wetland ecosystem forever. A week went by, and I never did find the origin of the fire ants, even though I checked everywhere. And after that first day, the trailing had completely disappeared, and they never emerged again, so it was impossible to tell where they came from. My guess was they were emerging from some unforeseen hole in the floor tiling or walls. There was once a surprise fire ant nuptial flight that happened last year in the ant room. So it's possible a successful mating led to a queen ant hiding in a small hole or even the floor drains. The colony could also be breaking in from outside, from some hole I can't see. I find it interesting that the fire ants chose to move into Hydromeda and not my other Vivaria. Perhaps they could smell how ant-infested the other Vivaria were and chose the most unoccupied lands to move into. Perhaps they just love being close to water. Meanwhile, you guys voted in my community tab poll to exterminate the fire ants. So, I've placed diatomaceous chalk along the sides. That's the best I can do for now without poisoning our ecosystem, as the chalk is non-toxic. Plus, there isn't much food in here, but a few flying insects. Any fire ant colony in Hydromeda would starve right now. As per whether or not an entire colony had moved in, including the queen, there's really no way I can tell currently, but every worker lives for about 1 month or 2 max. So we'll know for sure before the Great Connection event. If we continue to see fire ants past the 2-month point, I will know a queen had definitely moved in, and I probably should postpone the Great Connection event of the Vivaria until we properly deal with the fire ants. My instincts tell me there isn't a fire ant queen in here, and that these fire ants were merely the first batch of movers, not the tail end of a colony that had completely moved in, which would then mean some hidden fire ant colony has free access into my ant room at any given time, and I should be prepared to deal with a sudden fire ant invasion in the future. I've got emergency chalk and vacuum ready anytime I need it. I'll also have to recheck the design of the Vivarium, so break-ins from the outside don't happen again. But despite this tragic event, the takeover and killing of life by invasive species like fire ants does happen in the wild. Fire ants have conquered much of the world and are notoriously known to threaten native ecosystems. We were able to see that firsthand with the death of Draco. The best we can do is support native ecosystems by taking actions to help increase biodiversity, like planting trees, and supporting the protection of wild space. Because the more robust and biodiverse an ecosystem is, the more capable it is of dealing with potential invasive threats. I believe our wetlands will be okay for now, and as much as my heart will always be pierced by the loss of Draco, an ecosystem is what I sought to create with this project, and death is and always will be part of the whole life process. It's how Mother Nature works. Nutrients from Draco's decayed body would flow down Cascadia's waters and be delivered throughout the aquatic system for plants to absorb. Little bits of edible matter from Draco's body would be picked off by the shrimp, catfish, and schools of fish. In a healthy ecosystem, death
always contributes to more life. And that was something I had to remember most on this bittersweet path of Hydromeda's evolution. But on the topic of invasions, as mentioned earlier, there was another invasion happening underwater I had to deal with. As amazing as Hydromeda's water world was, there's been a sudden emergence and population explosion of a certain invasive aquatic species that I knew was on the brink of getting out of control. Bladder snails. Every aquarium hobbyist's nightmare. They can completely take over a tank. And indeed, they were now seen everywhere in Hydromeda. It actually freaked me out to see how many snails there suddenly were. But AC family, I had just the solution to control this unwanted snail explosion. And I think you are going to love them. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Hydromeda, my giant tropical wetlands vivarium, home to a growing ecosystem of aquatic creatures. It's a personal biological project of mine to study the workings of ecosystems of wild tropical wetlands. But as amazing as Hydromeda's water world was, there's been a sudden emergence and population explosion of a certain invasive aquatic species that I knew was on the brink of getting out of control. Bladder snails. Every aquarium hobbyist's nightmare. They can completely take over a tank. And indeed, they were now seen everywhere in Hydromeda. It actually freaked me out to see how many snails there suddenly were. But AC family, I had just the solution to control this unwanted snail explosion. And I think you are going to love them. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. Creatures of the wetlands had no idea a new species was about to join their aquatic community. Neither did the small bladder and ramshorn snails that were now all over the floor. It had just passed the fish's feeding time, so the fish were extra hyper at the moment. But the real feeding would be coming for some other new fish that were waiting in their holding bags in acclimation. "Will you look at that?" said the puffer as it stared at all the colorful fish swimming below. "No doubt a weird place," said the other as they hovered together, awaiting their release. "These are young dwarf pea pufferfish, one of the smallest pufferfish in the world. They're quite cute and hunt for small creatures in and around aquatic vegetation. They're beautiful fish. But beyond their cuteness and beauty, my plan for them was to feed on the snails, or at least help keep them under control. Seeing as they're still babies, they'll only be able to consume the smallest of snails and newborn shrimp. When they're older, they'll be able to eat the adult bladder snails. But at this small size, I was interested to see how good they would be at helping us control the bladder snail population. I had no idea that watching them hunt and feed in Hydromeda was going to be such a trip. AC family, before I let these two out, let me know, what should we name this pair of pufferfish? Leave your name suggestions in the comments. All right, let's release them. going on? I don't know. Whoa! I almost lost them in the masses of fish. One instantly disappeared into the darkness of the driftwood. The other also began to scope out the shadowy areas of the driftwood. At first, and then the Java ferns. And then when it was ready, the puffer decided to emerge into the vast new world of its new home. It was checking out the moss and could sense that food was all around. Suddenly, it began to pick at something in the moss. Some microscopic creature, perhaps. Back to checking the wood. And tasting more things from the moss. It amazed me how intelligent this fish seemed. By the way it was looking around and its facial expressions, it almost appeared as though I could see this fish thinking, and that it was super self-aware. Hello? Anybody in there? I continued to watch the puffer explore its new home in search of food. I couldn't wait for it to find its first bladder snail. Soon, the pufferfish found the edge of the tank, and my heart began to race as it came closer to ground level. This was where many of the snails were hanging out. I'm pretty sure the puffer could sense this too. And then, suddenly, the puffer found its first batch of bladder snails. Well, what have we here? It was actually two snails, a small one hitching a ride on a larger one. Now, the puffer knew that this snail group was much too big for it to eat at his size, and he was still too small to crack into that shell. But he knew inside was some tasty snail meat. He decided to go for the larger snail, but had to wait for just the right angle and moment to go in for the swipe. And when he was ready, bam! The snail let out a bubble of air in shock. I wasn't sure if the puffer had managed to get a mouthful of snail meat, but from the looks of things, the snail was not happy. The puffer studied his kill and decided to leave. Oh yeah! A shrimp landed on the snail and attempted to feed. This to me meant that the puffer had indeed wounded the snail, enough for the smell to attract nearby scavengers. Bam! Oh, looks like he managed to successfully eat a tiny ram's horn snail back there. What a predator! Miraculously, the large snail was still alive and began to race away while it still could. The smaller snail decided it was time to abandon ship and leave the larger snail as it was bleeding and attracting predators and scavengers. It was from this day forth that none of these bladder snails would be safe, and they no longer could proliferate in Hydromeda, limiter free. I finally spotted the other puffer. He was out checking out the snails beyond the driftwood, towards the mossy rocks. He too was curious and interested in wandering his new home in search of potential food. And then, he spotted his friend and raced towards him. Hey, there you are! Hey, this place is huge! And there's a lot to see. Yeah, lots of snails. Oh, really? Yep. All right, chat later. I'm heading back to look for some. All right, see ya. Bye! As I watched the puffer explore his lush new home, I began to wonder what it must be like for this baby pufferfish. I mean, it was born in some breeding tank, then transported here to Hydromeda, where it was further expanding on its worldview. It was clearly an intelligent animal, and I swear it could see me and deliberately came up to the glass a few times to check out my camera. This thing was definitely sentient and smart. A young dwarf pea pufferfish, small in stature, yet large in curiosity, in a vast, lush world that stretched as far as its tiny eyes could see. I began to wonder if we were like this pufferfish, and some larger creator of worlds who put us here was watching us explore our world in search of our highly prized snails. I sat and watched the pufferfish hunt for snails all night. Over the next few days, I did see a few injured snails. See that lifeless snail being dragged by the other? It seems these two were mating when the puffer took a big bite from them. What a thing to still be attached to your dead lover. One thing I did notice, however, was that the floor was definitely more snail-free now. So, it seems adding the puffers was effective. They take some time to grow, and when they do get to their full size of about 3.5 centimeters, they'll be able to literally crunch on the adult shells of the bladder snails and truly control them. But for now, it seems these babies will be effective at curbing the explosion. They'll also be able to pick off shrimp, but we already have so many shrimp in the tank. They've had no predators, and by the time the puffers are full grown, the shrimp will be ready for a culling. But guys, the time for Hydromeda is nearing the Great Connection event, i.e., the building of the Great Cave Bridge that will be installed on the ceiling, connecting Hydromeda to the vast lands of Pandora, my rainforest floor vivarium. Now, many of you have been wanting an update on Pandora, so it's time to check up on our OG vivarium now, and I know you guys will truly love this update. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. A major change is coming to this crazy world of Mother Nature's mayhem in a tank. This is Pandora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium. My personal biological project aimed at studying how ecosystems work in the wild, with its plethora of animals, plants, and fungi that eat, kill, get hunted, live, grow, breed, and die. But this rainforest ecosystem was what it looked like last year, at this time. Today, my giant cloud rainforest vivarium looks like this. Once pretty cloud rainforest kingdom has over time completely grown into this wild entanglement of jungle space. But guys, there's a certain problem with our rainforest ecosystem that took me a while to identify, which I'll talk about in a bit. But to resolve that problem, I've come to a major decision to make a certain change. A change which will affect all the living things within the forest. A change that is one of the biggest and scariest alterations to our slice of cloud rainforest I've ever had to make. Welcome to the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. So what is this problem and change I'll be making to the OG rainforest ecosystem, you ask? Well, Throughout Pandora's lifespan, the only thing I've done as an outside force was add to the biodiversity a bit by strategically introducing new life and creatures into the vivarium, mostly at the start, and some new ant colonies last year. But other than that, Pandora, for the most part, has been allowed to develop, self-sustain, and self-propagate with very little manipulation from me, unadulterated and left to the hands of Mother Nature to shape and evolve, which was the whole point of this biological project. I wanted to see how an ecosystem develops and grows over time, how it transforms, and how the living things within live out their lives, interact with each other, and contribute to the ever-changing ecosystem. So far, the project has been mind-boggling, but strangely, things have come to a sort of roadblock, which I'll talk more about in a bit. An ecosystem standstill, if you will, which, as mentioned, took me a while to figure out and understand. Same goes for my second vivarium, Orcadia, my attached canopy vivarium, which some of you have nicknamed the middle or forgotten child. Don't worry, it's not forgotten, it's still there. But I'll be taking you up into the canopy for a close and surprising update in another separate episode, perhaps the next one. But to better understand where I'm going with all of this, I have to start by showing you what's been going on in Pandora. At ground level, among the creatures to be affected by the major oncoming change I had planned were these. A freshly hatched cricket sat still, taking in the world around, still white, weak, and exoskeleton hardening. The next generation of crickets were now hatching from their eggs, laid deep in the soils by their long-deceased mothers. But little did these newborn crickets know, their first moments of life would already be a survival test. A culling of the weak that all crickets being born in Pandora must undergo. It's a scene we've watched before and continues over and over with the birth of every new cricket generation. Gnome ants, we call the nomads, were filing in for their ceremonial hunt. The first newly hatched crickets were the luckiest, as they had more time to harden before the full nomad swarm arrived. Move in, nomads! Today we feast on flesh! The still soft and hardening baby cricket, though painful to move around, instinctually began to scurry from its birth soils to hide. But for some of the babies, it was already too late. A baby cricket screamed as a nomad dragged it by its face into the highway of fellow nomads. This was how the cricket would spend its first and last few moments of life. Resistance was futile as it was swept away by 3 ants back to their nest to be devoured. Another baby cricket could sense that something terribly wrong was happening all around it. Run! Run while you still can! The seized cricket shouted, and off it went. Another newborn was curious about the sight of ants waiting in ambush. Something tells me I shouldn't go down there. The feeding frenzy had officially begun with the arrival of the nomad swarm. The crickets were now fully aware of danger all around them, leaping at the slightest touch, even if it was from other crickets. Okay, I want to go down there, but a springtail came by and nudged the cricket forward. My heart raced as I watched the crickets trying to figure out the world around them, all while death lay just a stone's throw away. A leap from another cricket jump-scared all nearby crickets. This black one was lucky. It had hardened on time and could much easier evade the ants, as it was more nimble and unhindered. But as for the white newborns, their best bet to safety was to seek higher ground and wait out the swarm, which preferred to remain closer to the ground. But nothing was guaranteed in this rainforest. The ants could smell the cricket hatchlings all around them. All it took was one ant to find one cricket to set off a pheromone which would alarm the others to join in on the hunt. It was a real-life hide and seek, with a ton of ants being it. A baby watched its sibling struggling to remove some of its egg slime off its legs as it crawled by. As an ant came along and pounced. Gotcha! Come with me, my precious. As sad as this was to see, it seems nothing is guaranteed in the rainforest. Not even death. By some miracle, the cricket watched as the ant let its sibling go. For reasons unknown. Man, the cricket angels had blessed this one. It hopped off, taking full advantage of its second life. The greatest outcome for these crickets was making it far away from these hatching grounds, where the ants had learned to pluck these vulnerable babies. I watched as the ants versus cricket bloodbath continued, as more and more babies were being born into the battlefield. As sad as this was for the crickets, this was also a victory for the nomads, who were the ruling ant empire of the soils. Mother Nature was still as raw as she had ever been in these unforgiving lands. But the coming big change in Pandora would be affecting all the ant empires of the land, including these ants that ruled the highlands. Tiny grains of sawdust fell from above. They were the excavation trash of the chromatoblasters, the ruling colony of acrobat ants, who were seen on the driftwood, plants, and vines of the forest. Basically all areas above the soils. They were efficient at collecting sweet honeydew from the populations of mealybugs in direct competition with invasive ant species, namely ghost ants and black crazy ants. The chromatoblasters run a monopoly on the mealybugs, defending and guarding them. Also thriving in Pandora were the giant trapjaw ants, as seen here next to a notorious mystery eggshell left behind from Season 3, dwarf ants, Asian bullet ants, and polyrachis. It was nice to see such an established ant community in our rainforest. But little did these ants know, a major change was coming to their home. Aside from this major oncoming change I've decided to make, Pandora was actually also undergoing another natural change. One it has undergone before, specifically a seasonal change. It's currently the start of tropical summer again where I live, and if you've been following the series for a while, you might recall that last year, around this time, there began a major heat wave and dry spell, typical of the local summers in my area. Much like how in temperate regions, the onset of fall and winter's cold signals for certain animals to enter hibernation and plants to shed their leaves, here where I live, it's the opposite. The scorching temperatures and decreasing rains signal for many animals in my area to burrow deep underground and enter a hibernation-type state called estivation, and for trees and plants to shrivel up in an act to self-preserve and wait out the harsh hot months before waking up again to invest in new foliage by rainy season. Some animals and plants in the forest just simply die off at this time of the year. And as you can see in Pandora, the great die-off has already begun. The soils look drier, creatures a lot less abundant, and plants shriveled up, losing their leaves. But as stark as all of this seems, you may be surprised to learn that this annual summer die-off and drought in the Southeast Asian tropics is actually essential for the soil ecology of my area. You see, unlike in the Amazon rainforest, where it pretty much rains constantly, the soils tend to be a bit more nutrient poor. One of the reasons being because the constant rains wash soil nutrients away into the water table, where streams and rivers take these nutrients away. However, where I live, the tropical dry heat and hot summers brings about a mass die-off, which causes animals and leaves to decay in the soils, releasing valuable nutrients into the soil. with very little rain to wash these nutrients away. As a result, when summer ends and rainy season begins, the plants, animals, fungi, and soil biota that spring back to life are able to take full advantage of the nutrient-rich soils that Mother Nature cultured all summer long. The annual die-off was vital for Pandora's ecosystem. But guys, want to see something interesting? There are exceptions to this mass die-off. The ecosystem, after all, can't have all plants shrivel up and die during the summer, or else life wouldn't be able to continue. And so while some plants, like the vines, were busy shriveling up and self-preserving, Mother Nature had designed for others to brave the harsh conditions, with some even taking full advantage of these annual die-offs. Case in point, this giant pothos. For those of you who are new to plants, you might recognize this common vining houseplant you often see for sale at the grocery store or hanging indoors at your aunt's house. It's called pothos, a climbing plant native to Asia. And well, there's a reason they're so popular as houseplants. They're tolerant of a wide range of conditions and will thrive despite low light levels and dry air, hence being great for homes. And when given a structure to climb, nutrient-rich soils, and ample light, will actually convert to its giant form. And I mean giant. Look at how huge it's become. They will even grow as much as 3 times bigger than this in the wild. This pothos was taking full advantage of the sudden plant die-off, totally monopolizing all the available light and sucking up all water in the area, now that it had so little competition around. And with it being the juiciest plant in the forest, it's been a top choice for the mealybugs, whose favorite host plants were dying off. But as cool as it was to see making such a grand appearance in Pandora, I'm sad to say that once I do make the big change I've been talking about throughout this whole video, this giant pothos will need to be removed out of here. Which brings me now to how I decided that Pandora was in desperate need of a change. Night fell in Pandora, and I approached the Vivarium to admire Mother Nature's nocturnal scenes. The chromatoblaster ants were busy going about their work. I spotted a crab in the driftwood, a gothic carpet of little scale-like mushrooms, a baby huntsman spider, a carpenter ant on its night shift collecting honeydew, a giant trapjaw ant hunting for prey, and a wandering mealybug. The night was full of life, as usual, but over the past few months, I've been pretty consumed with thinking about Pandora and this entire ecosystem vivarium project. Like, where was this all headed? Many of you who watch this series have noticed that there hasn't been a lot of update videos on Pandora and Arcadia lately, and there's a reason for this. Though there is still a ton of life and action within the tanks, the truth is, I haven't been creating update videos on Pandora and Arcadia because, well, there wasn't much to update on. In the last season, most of the episodes were full of such updates on all the familiar creatures and life within the tanks. But more and more, I found I was observing and documenting the same creatures, doing all the same things, with decreasingly new events to report and show you. I could also tell from the feedback that many of you were getting kind of bored of the Vivarium updates due to the lack of novel events to learn from. And think about it, all the quote-unquote updates I've mentioned thus far in this episode were not really new updates. They're all things we've already seen in previous episodes. The newborn crickets being collected by ants, the ants competing for honeydew, the seasonal summer die-off, the giant pothos still being giant. It didn't make sense. I expected a rainforest ecosystem to possess a never-ending series of new things to learn about, many new stories to discover, and biological mysteries to unravel. It was impossible in my mind that I had already shown in 3 seasons all there was to report in a cloud rainforest ecosystem. I knew Mother Nature had to be more complex than that. But strangely, sometime around season 3, it almost felt like I was becoming trapped in a redundant cycle of documenting the same stories over and over again. Hence the heavy focus on our new tropical wetlands vivarium, Hydromeda, in this season 4, as it finally offered some new biological learning opportunities amidst the ecosystem standstill of Pandora and Orcadia. And so it got me thinking about the limiting parameters of having to reconstruct a wild ecosystem in an indoor setup. What was I missing? What happened in season 3 that led to our ecosystem cease in its growth and complexity, in its new stories? Eventually, it came to me, and I realized the thing that was holding our ecosystem back from developing further, like a real ecosystem would, was glass. And it was then that I knew exactly what I needed to do. Snap, our resident sunskink, was hanging out at floor level. Every time I see him, I'm reminded about how some creatures were total experts at survival in the rainforest. Snap was born in Pandora, and when I first found her, she was totally injured with bite scars and a missing tail. Today she sported a perfectly healed body, testament to the resilience and triumph of Pandora's luckiest individuals. I was happy Snap had managed to evade predation all this time from the one creature in Pandora that first injured her, and was since then constantly hoping for her to come close to the water. Godzilla, our resident spectacled caiman, had also grown up in Pandora and used to be satisfied picking off the steady supply of insects it could catch. But this was going to be Godzilla's first experience of summer in the rainforest. And with the prey insects growing more scarce, Godzilla grew hungrier and hungrier with each passing day. And turns out, it was time for me to intervene. You see, Godzilla's species is not native to my area. He's native to tropical South America, and his species hasn't evolved to deal with the seasonal changes the native life in my area have. So letting him starve in Pandora was not something true to nature, nor something I was about to let happen. Plus, I had a growing suspicion that Godzilla was at the age and size now where mere insects just weren't satisfying him like they used to, if you know what I'm saying. Now, Snap was way too fast for him to catch. All the tree frogs had migrated up into Orcadia, and the geckos were also out of reach. I knew this day would come eventually, but boy, did I not expect it to come so soon. Man, this never gets easy. As an animal lover, I hate doing this. But as a herpetologist, I know deep down that predatory animals must eat. This mouse will be the very first species of mammal to ever set foot in Pandora. But I couldn't let it escape into the forest. It would be food. I placed it right at the edge of the pond. It sniffed around, not knowing that a hungry croc was nearby. And when Godzilla, with his superior eyesight, took notice of our rodent offering, it silently moved in. Now, based on a poll, an overwhelming majority of you were okay to watch predation happen on screen. But after some research, turns out showing the killing of this mouse could lead to my channel being penalized, video removed, and demonetization.
so I'll have to err on the side of caution and won't show you the whole eating process. But even still, just a trigger warning that nature is savage and viewer discretion is advised for what I will show you here. Just forward a bit to skip this feeding, or look away if you wish. In a split second, Godzilla snatched the mouse, pulling it beneath the water and chomping down hard onto its neck. In mere seconds, it was killed. Just as I suspected, Godzilla was now at the stage where he needed meat to survive, and not just insects. This one mouse would be enough to satisfy Godzilla for the next few weeks. But AC family, the fact that I'm now having to feed Godzilla manually due to him not being able to acquire what he needed nutritionally from Pandora's ecosystem was a telltale sign that it was finally time to execute a major change I've been thinking of doing for a while now. You see, I realized that in order for us to keep learning new things from this ecosystem vivarium project, I couldn't just allow life to be contained. Containment is not how nature works. In order for Pandora to truly mimic nature and foster a true ecosystem, I needed to, figuratively speaking, eliminate the glass that was keeping our ecosystem from truly being an ecosystem. And contrary to what many of you might be thinking, no, I'm not removing all the glass walls of the tank and turning my whole house into one huge ecosystem. But rather, I needed to emulate the natural outside forces that would be coming and going to reshape and drive our ecosystem forward. You see, if Pandora was truly a wild chunk of rainforest, seeds from new plants would be carried here from afar by winds and other methods to take root in Pandora's soils and offer new plant life for the herbivores of the ecosystem. Larger animals like wild boar, primates, and deer would have long come here within the year and a half that Pandora was in existence and would have completely eaten and cleared out some of these larger plants and changed the shape of the soils as they stomped around. The increased herbivores would have led to various other predators coming in to visit Pandora. With new life coming and going, the ecosystem would be affected and changed bit by bit. Without these constant outside forces acting on our ecosystem, our whole ecosystem project would simply be a static, non-changing, non-evolving life in a container of glass, and not a true dynamic and ever-changing ecosystem. In seasons 1 and 2, I kept adding more and more new life into our rainforest, changing it along the way, which led to exponential ecosystem growth and so many new discoveries. But by season 3, I kinda stopped, and turns out, so did the progress of our ecosystem, as well as our rate of learning. I realized that as the creator of these worlds, in order for the Vivaria to emulate true ecosystems, my job didn't end at just setting up the Vivaria, but it was also my duty to simulate the wild boar and monkeys coming in to feed on the plants, the foreign seeds blowing in, giving rise to new plant life, the new predators arriving to test out some new hunting grounds, to be these outside forces acting on our ecosystem, driving it forward. In the second episode of the series, I called it Scheduled Ecosystem Events, which for some reason I did less of in Season 3. And so AC family, my plan now was to do a major scheduled ecosystem event and initiate a massive terraforming process in Pandora and Orcadia. A rainforest revamp, if you will, involving the removal of some of these plants and the addition of new ones, the adding of new animals in, some of which I already had waiting on the sidelines, and the allowing of resident animals to move out of our rainforest. Specifically, a certain hungry, dangerous, and overgrown croc, who is ready now for a more prey-abundant home and more open waters in which to swim. To be honest, had this been in the wild, Godzilla would have left Pandora a long time ago. Having Godzilla living in Pandora for almost a year now has
has definitely been one of the greatest experiences as an observer of nature. But he needed a more suitable home to fit his current size and appetite. And plus, with him moved out of Pandora, I could more safely and effectively proceed with this reforest revamp I had in mind, to ensure our rainforest ecosystem project continues to stay true to nature and help us learn new things. But now for the hard part. Moving Godzilla was not going to be easy. Pandora was the only home he's ever known, and he definitely wasn't about to leave without a fight. I've never before had to directly interact with our resident Croc, other than when training him to be okay with visually seeing me around the tank. But this time, I knew he wasn't going to like this next intimate interaction very much. I approached Pandora with my heart beating loudly in my chest. Godzilla, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I opened the door to the tank. And gripped onto my net. A kingdom larger than any space you've ever known awaits you, with lots of meat for you to eat. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. I'm moving my baby Croc, named Godzilla, out of Pandora. My 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium. Inside this tank is an entire ecosystem of plants, fungi, and creatures. But one of the rules for this ecosystem project was to periodically cycle through its apex predators. And Godzilla had served a full 1-year term within this jungle paradise, in which he grew up since he was just a little hatchling, eating bugs. Today he's chomping on vertebrates like this mouse. So his time here is up. But now for the hard part. Moving Godzilla was not going to be easy. Pandora was the only home he's ever known, and he definitely wasn't about to leave without a fight. I've never before had to directly interact with our resident Croc, other than when training him to be okay with visually seeing me around the tank. But this time, I knew he wasn't going to like this next intimate interaction very much. I approached Pandora with my heart beating loudly in my chest. Godzilla, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I opened the door to the tank. And gripped onto my net. A kingdom larger than any space you've ever known awaits you, with lots of meat for you to eat. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. Hydromeda, my neighboring tropical wetlands vivarium, was ready to welcome to its waters and lands a brand new predator to enter and integrate into its ecosystem. Schools of various fish, snails, and shrimp had no idea a predator was coming.
I knew collecting and transporting Godzilla was not going to be easy. I know a lot of you AC family who have been following this series have also been waiting for this day to come, because most of you either hated him due to him causing the cycling out of some previously beloved sunskink lizards that used to live in Pandora, like Smaug, whom I spotted outside my home the other day, or just felt Godzilla didn't belong in this rainforest in the first place, seeing as he would just eat everything. He is known, after all, as a keystone species, meaning his presence in an ecosystem disproportionately impacts the entire ecosystem and the species within it. For sure, removing him would cause a huge shift in Pandora's ecosystem. Here goes nothing. I went in with my net. Godzilla immediately submerged, and then whoa! He snapped. But suddenly, and unexpectedly, turned to crawl into a comfortable position right into the net. I gasped as I lifted the net without a single fight. No struggle, no snapping jaws. Good boy, Godzilla. After which, I proceeded to place him into his holding tank. Where he slowly but surely swam out among the array of floating water lettuce. This is where he would have to be held, for now, and I'll explain why later. But meanwhile, if you've been following the series, moving Godzilla was the first step to a major terraforming operation I had planned for Pandora. In nature, if a large predator like Godzilla were to have moved out of an area, it almost always meant that new animals would be moving in. And I had certain animals waiting in the wings I've been wanting to add to Pandora for a long time now. But before moving these new creatures in, I also wanted to do a landscape revamp. You see, in a true rainforest, the land is shaped by the elements. Larger animals coming in to eat vegetation and trample on its soils, leaving waste behind, etc. But I recently realized that Pandora, being an enclosed ecosystem tank, wasn't able to benefit from such major exterior forces coming in to transform the land, little by little. So I needed to do a time jump terraforming project, where Pandora would be completely transformed to give way for the ecosystem to continue developing and changing, as it would have had this been in the wild. And so, the plan was for a hard reset, a complete landscape makeover, beginning with something that might upset some of you. Now, AC family, take a deep breath. We began by draining the water. We're saying goodbye to Pandora's Blackwater Pond, Aqua Noctis. I know. Let me explain my reasons. It's actually 3 reasons. 1, due to an issue with the back of the rock wall, which used to provide a structure for a waterfall, water was leaking, and actually leaking outside the tank. It was a complicated situation that I was just so over with. For months now, the waterfall had been out of commission, with water just circulating round and round. And I just felt that too, since Pandora would be soon connected via a glass bridge cave tunnel, the initial structure of which, by the way, is now being built to Hydromeda, the tropical wetlands vivarium, Pandora no longer needed its body of water. It would soon be receiving the greatest self-regulating body of water, and any rainforest animals wanting water beyond the automated rains could simply travel to Hydromeda for a splash, if desired. And finally, 3, in nature, small bodies of water quite often dry up, so I was okay with Aqua Noctis running dry. After a lot of scraping of silicone and the breaking of the pond's glass barrier, we then began to act like wild boar, rampaging in to destroy Pandora's long-standing vegetation, pulling out vines and reshaping the soil. Doing this broke my heart, but in the year and a half since this vivarium has been in existence, I knew that had this been a true jungle wild space, herbivorous megafauna would have long taken advantage of this lush area. Godzilla watched attentively from a distance as his old home was being torn apart to smithereens. What on earth are those humans doing? He thought.
A creator of worlds is gonna rock your world. With melodies and rhythms, watch love unfurl, bringing joy and light, like diamonds in a swirl, dancing through the night.
Now, about the creatures currently in Pandora, it was actually a great time of the year to initiate this ecosystem terraformation event. You see, in Southeast Asia, where I live, we just reached our tropical summer. And during this period of excessive heat, many creatures actually retreat underground to enter a hibernation-type state and self-preserve for the next 2 months, inactive until the rainy season arrives. So as we worked around the tank, we didn't have to worry too much about disturbing too much life, nor about being too disturbed by the life, nor have a ton of life attempting to escape through the open doors as we worked. Regardless, we were vigilant and hyper-mindful of what creatures were out and about. And for those creatures we did see, it was sort of an all-out apocalypse for them. Snap, our resident sun skink, was completely bewildered by the giant hands coming in to take the forest vegetation. He ran as far away from the action as he could. A canopy crab crawled away in the muddy mess, disgruntled that he had been awakened by some massive giants moving soil and decor around. I also spotted a ton of these ants. Check them out. During the plant extraction, we unintentionally hit a nest. And in a spot I completely didn't expect. In the western region of Pandora's soils, giant trapjaw ants were in hijinks, crawling all around with open jaws, ready to attack whatever had come to rake through their nest soils. We had to be extra careful to not put our bare hands around these powerful ants, as they pack quite the jaw bite, as well as a very painful sting. Speaking from experience. I was, however, quite amazed to see the giant trapjaws doing so well. You see these workers with lighter orangey heads? These are the youngest workers, having just emerged from their cocoons, perhaps just a couple days ago, and are still hardening. When I first introduced this colony into Pandora, the colony was so much smaller, and I wasn't certain they would even survive, as I've never been able to keep this species alive in captivity for very long. Plus, my very first attempt failed due to an invasion of black crazy ants. But seeing them now, it was very clear that over the past 6 months, this giant trapjaw ant colony had been successful at integrating into Pandora's ecosystem, acquiring all the resources and food they needed to thrive. Let's hope they continue to do well in our rainforest. Now, after working on removing the greater portion of the plants, I made sure to leave behind what herbivores do in nature, which is poop mixed directly into the soils. from my pet goats and guinea pigs. Pandora's soils had been regenerated with a ton of nutrients that the new plants will enjoy. And when we were done, this was what Pandora looked like. Behold, Pandora. In her half-transitional stage of the terraforming process. She's not done. Now don't be alarmed. I know it's so weird to see our once lush rainforest bare like this, but I actually love the new shape and look, as it is a better cohesive match to its sister vivarium, Hydromeda's landscape now. As you can see, we've kept the Hallelujah tree stump, but as for everything else, we've completely gutted everything out and did some remodeling. There were new rocks, a whole new driftwood tree here, and what was once our Blackwater Pond area was now full-out land and driftwood. Pandora's rainforest floor had received quite the extension now. We would continue proceeding with the rest of the terraforming process tomorrow, with the addition of its new plants, and you guys will love when it's all done. But though it looked rather bleak and lifeless right now, of course, life was still existent within. I spotted ants crawling all over the Hallelujah tree stump. The chromatoblasters, the resident colony of acrobat ants, were out and exploring their newly altered kingdom. They, along with several other ants and termites, lived inside the wood. Another reason I decided to keep the stump. And boy, were these acrobat ants both confused and thrilled to discover the strange new lands. They marched with their butts high in the air, ready to spray formic acid at any moment should the large alien hands come back. Now I didn't know it yet, but the acrobat ants would soon be letting me know of their true feelings about our terraforming project very soon. Now guys, I want to show you this. So in the past, we've had issues with creatures, namely crickets, chewing the vines that were strung down from our attached canopy vivarium above, Orcadia, which I'll be showing you next. So this time, we used actual wood to create the bridge vines that led up to Orcadia to ensure they remained a more permanent fixture through the glass bridge. I think it looks awesome, and no crickets will be able to destroy it. And it will certainly help animals climb up, as well as head down the glass bridge. And hey, look! Arachnophobes, look away! A juvenile huntsman spider. Love it. Man, this has to be the 5th or 6th generation of huntsman spiders now. Awesome to see that the species is doing so well in our rainforest. By the way, the ancestor to this spider, our cute Lady Deathstrike plushie, is available now at AntsCanada.com. So own a memorable piece of our ecosystem in your home now. Alright, now to climb up into the trees of Orcadia, our rainforest canopy vivarium. Brace yourselves for a bit of a surprise. So over the past few weeks, I watched as the larger, newer banyan tree I placed inside began to shed its leaves more and more. It's now completely bare. Now I figured this was just due to the seasonal summer die-off, but strangely, the other older banyan tree did not die and is still going strong, with all its leaves still intact, but showing signs of going to sleep for the summer, as well as the ferns and philodendron. So I'm not sure what happened to this banyan, but I think I may remove it. Regardless, Orcadia was still completely bustling with animal life. An earwig in search of edibles. And hey, a dwarf ant! How cool! I thought the dwarf ants only lived in Pandora, but it seemed their mated queens managed to fly up the glass bridge to start colonies in the canopy. So great to see. I spotted these awesome cone-shaped cocoons hanging from the ceiling. These were the cocoons of the once tiny bagworms we've been following in the canopy, which were soon going to give rise to new moths. Our resident Asian longhorn beetle lay in rest. Evidence of spiders. A flat-backed millipede taking full advantage of the leaf fall. These millipedes are important detritivores. Cool large mushrooms growing from the wood. An isopod. Red ants. And this one found a shed spider skin worthy to take home to the nest for further consumption. A red mite. As well as lots and lots of chromatoblasters frolicking these treetops. And hey, they were moving some of the brood downstairs to the newly renovated rainforest floor. I also spotted our tree frogs, Kermit and Miss Piggy, peeking out at me through the greenery. Kermit, Miss Piggy, I have some great news for you both. Godzilla is gone now, so feel free to head on down to the new rainforest floor. Because soon, you'll also be getting a huge wetlands in which to spawn your eggs. I know your mating season is coming up. Kermit and Miss Piggy were now awakening from their day's slumber and were getting ready to hunt. I waited several hours for nighttime to arrive to see what insects were on tonight's menu. Guess what I saw? Hey, it's a bagworm moth. It seems the bagworm cocoons had already begun to hatch all around the canopy, and I watched as Kermit and Miss Piggy hunted the moths down. Now there was also something quite special happening tonight. It seems conditions in the rainforest had signaled to the chromatoblasters that it was time to initiate their special annual event. I noticed the colony seemed extra festive tonight. I followed the parade of ants and soon found out why. A nuptial flight. Sweet! The chromatoblasters were having a breeding event, something that happens once a year, where they send out winged virgin males and queens to mate and found new colonies of their own within the rainforest. I suspect the remodeling of Pandora somehow triggered this flight, and it was just so beautiful to watch. It warmed my heart to know that creatures of our canopy were indeed thriving, obtaining all they needed, entering new life stages, and founding new generations to further propel their species and all connected life into the future. This, to me, was a clear sign of a successful ecosystem vivarium. Orchidia was truly alive. The next day, Pandora's terraformation event was complete, and the result was stunning. Pandora, my, do you look amazing? Beauty and plant diversity restored, and truly like some tropical jungle garden. I just love the look of the wood, like trees extending from its lush soils. And because the design was a bit more true to scale than before, it was actually super humbling to stand in front of the vivarium, as I felt dwarfed by the grand elements of our newly revamped rainforest. I adored the various new plants, the moss, how the rocks added new topography and levels to the landscape. I also noticed more prey creatures, like this roach that had wandered down here from Orchidia, probably due to the new wooden vine bridge. On the eastern end of Pandora, I spotted the nomads, our super colony of gnome ants, trailing and transporting their brood to a new area of soil. I bet they were super excited about the extra soil space to conquer that used to be all pond water. Let's file in quicker, ladies. This is all free real estate now. A giant trap giant was exploring the new hunting grounds. I noticed that Snap had found a new favorite place to bask. When he was done, he descended down to ground level to begin hunting for the newly available Orcadian prey that he could smell wandering around. Pandora had certainly undergone quite the glow-up from what it was before, and I knew some new stories awaited for us to watch unfold in its soils. And you know what? Because I love the new look so much, I decided, heck, why not terraform Orcadia also? So we did, breathing new fresh life into our canopy as well, so it would better match the aesthetic and style of the other Vivaria. What an epic change! All three of our tropical Vivaria, three ecological sisters of differing biomes, were soon about to become one once our cool cave tunnel bridge was complete, i.e., the highly anticipated Great Connection event, the birth of our giant rainforest vivarium, Trinity. Now as for Godzilla, I bet you guys thought he'd be moving into Hydromeda. Well, he's not moving out of here just yet. I wanted to keep him here for the next little while, to further socialize him, and eventually get him used to handling. Here he has less places to hide, and I can better hand feed him and train him while he's still small and manageable. He's actually loving his new home here, making full use of the water space, sleeping soundly among the floating lettuce, with his cute nose breathing above water. Enjoying the new views from the window, performing new enrichment activities like hunting for goldfish. But now you might be asking, so then if Godzilla is staying here, what was the predator you mentioned, AntsCanada, that would be moving into Hydromeda? Well, AC family, I have a surprise for you. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is my giant tropical wetlands vivarium called Hydromeda, containing a semi-aquatic ecosystem of life. My giant rainforest floor vivarium called Pandora, with its own exotic terrestrial ecosystem, and Orcadia, my giant canopy vivarium, hosting its unique treetop ecosystem. The purpose of these ecosystem vivaria is to study the dynamics of wild ecosystems, and currently Pandora and Orcadia are connected via a glass bridge, but Hydromeda's bridge, currently under construction, will also be completed very soon, joining all these massive slices of nature together, which is when a whole new chapter of fun begins. But before the Great Connection event, one of the things I felt was lacking in the ecosystems were frogs. Currently, only Orcadia hosts some tree frogs, but in the wild, frogs are abundant and play vital roles in healthy ecosystems. And so, I felt it was time to add more frogs into our forest and waterways. Come, my froggies, it's time for you to shine. Age of the frogs. has begun.
Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I placed Beyonce onto the leaf litter of the Pandoran forest floor. She stopped, unmoving as she slowly realized she was somewhere completely new. Now this is different, she thought to herself. Beyonce is a chubby frog, a terrestrial frog native to tropical Southeast Asia, where I currently live. Believe it or not, she popped out of the soils of one of my houseplants 8 months ago, during last year's rainy season. I captured her, as well as another male, whom I've named Jay-Z, who also emerged from my houseplants, and placed them into a holding tank. You see, these frogs bury themselves underground during dry periods and emerge after heavy rainfall to emit calls and breed. During the rainy season, they can be found everywhere outside my home, even in the streets, and are great climbers, often making their way up into the trees, where they can eat insects, especially termites and ants. But basically anything they can fit into their mouths. I really wanted to add these chubby frogs into our rainforest for the longest time, because our rainforest ecosystem had everything they could ever need, including a ton of ants and termites. But at the time of capture, 8 months ago, Godzilla, a baby caiman, had recently settled into the forest, and I felt it kind of wasn't fair to introduce the frogs, as I knew they'd likely get eaten by the croc. But we moved Godzilla out last week, so it was finally time for the frogs to be released, and Beyonce here was first. She had one thing on her mind right now: food. Ants were all around her. But the funny thing about frogs is, they're big gluttons, and will often try to go for the biggest prey they believe to be possible, even if it's too big. As you can see, I've definitely been feeding Beyonce well, so I couldn't imagine her fitting anything large into her belly. But I couldn't wait to watch her hunt. Little did I know, I would soon be witnessing something truly new and amazing that I didn't know about frogs that would blow my mind. Something to the side caught her attention. The movement of a cricket triggered her peripheral vision, and she went in for the kill. She moved in, and airball, missed by a long shot. This is how you know she's full. That wasn't even close. It's all good. There are plenty more prey for her to eat in this forest. She spotted another group of crickets. She moved in. The crickets had no idea a beast was approaching. And then, another movement distracted her, and she changed course. Like a T-Rex, movement stimulates her hunger response. And missed again. An acrobat ant came along, and pop! She ate that one easily. But she was a frog on a mission. My guess was that during times of slim pickings, she would be much less choosy with food options and start eating the little ants around her. It's been a while since she's seen prey this large, so she was going for the big fish. Missed that one. Now, one of the cool things about chubby frogs is they're a crawling frog, still capable of hopping, but prefer to crawl and climb. It seems her tongue touches the crickets, but they fail to stick due to being too large. I watched as her eyes locked onto another target as she continued to stalk. The cricket instinctively froze when it realized something large had approached. And just like a T-Rex, if you keep still, it can't see you. Beyonce changed course, having lost sight of the cricket. Keep still and don't move a muscle. The moment was tense. But Beyonce lost the staring match and sent the cricket fleeing. It was pretty amazing watching this chubby frog hunt, though admittedly she wasn't very good at catching these large crickets. Although her batting average isn't very good at the moment, while out hunting, she will continue to be an eating machine, greatly impacting the existing invertebrates in their environment. For this reason, like caiman, frogs are also considered keystone species, playing a vital role in their ecosystems, serving as both predators and prey. Their presence significantly impacts the health and balance of the environment, and I knew adding Beyonce to Pandora would definitely shape its ecosystem in a significant way. I continued to watch, spellbound, as she continued to hunt for any and all crickets she saw moving around her. Oh dear. I wanted to add the male, Jay-Z, in as well, but I was holding off on introducing him because, well, I also really wanted to add a frog into Hydromeda and felt, wouldn't it be cool if we could add Jay-Z to Hydromeda, and once the bridge was complete, he could call to Beyonce, come rainy season, and lure her across the bridge to come to Hydromeda where they could spawn. However, there was one other frog that I felt might also be a good candidate for Hydromeda's lush East Island. Meet Jabba the Hutt, my Suriname horned frog, which some classify as a type of Pac-Man frog. Now, I acquired him 6 years ago, back in 2019. Every year, he swims out into the waters of his enclosure and croaks in search of a female to mate with. Now, horned frogs can live up to 10 years with appropriate care, but the average is more like 6 or 7 years. And he was already 4 years old when I got him, which means Jabba here, as a 10-year-old horned frog, is very, very old. In human years, he'd be over 100, if my math is correct. He's been super easy to care for, eating frog pellets his entire time under my care, and has been living in this same smallish and simple wetlands home I've named Pac-Mania ever since I got him. He literally has lived nowhere else but here, but he's quite happy with his home. You see, these frogs are a sit and wait type of predator, literally staying in the same spot,
and waiting for prey to scuttle by. They're ambush predators, not really a hunting species like Beyonce, and therefore prefer a simple home, like Pac-Mania. I'm not sure what I've been doing that has kept him so healthy all these years, but this AC family is where I have a bit of a problem. Let me know what you think. So I've been toying with the idea of possibly moving him into Hydromeda, which is basically a massive version of the Wetlands tank he's in now. Like Pac-Mania, Hydromeda has water, tons of moss, soil, and plants growing all around. Hydromeda would have plenty of cool, snug places into which Jabba could snuggle cozily and just plant himself. Plus, most of the life in Hydromeda are native to South America, and so are Pac-Man frogs, which would make Hydromeda a cool and unified South American biotope if we did decide to add him in. But another voice inside of me is from the school of thought of, if it's not broke, don't fix it. He's been doing so well for years in this current setup. What if Jabba, who isn't quite the spring chicken anymore, doesn't adapt well to the new environment of Hydromeda? What if he experiences agoraphobia from the sudden open space he's never before experienced and just dies from stress? He was, after all, my pet frog, and I was a bit reluctant to just integrate him into this unpredictable and sometimes hostile biological project. So perhaps Jay-Z would have been a better choice for Hydromeda. But before I could go ahead and add Jay-Z in, something truly incredible happened that showed me exactly what the frogs wanted. The hunt continued, and a giant trap giant was approaching Beyonce. Oh man, now this ant was definitely more bite-sized for her. I watched the scene. She currently had her eyes locked on another target, but I knew all it took was the ant to cross her peripherals. Oh, it got away. Lucky for this ant. I continued to watch the frog hunt. I was quite spellbound by her beauty. What a stunning frog! Suddenly, she crawled up to the glass and attempted to eat some crickets again. As she paused, I noticed springtails emerging from the soil beneath her. Man, Pandora's soil life was just so diverse and healthy. And suddenly, she spotted me, staring at her through the glass. And for a moment, we made eye contact. She didn't even care about the gnome ant carrying another ant passing by. She could have had a twofer. Suddenly, she began to move. What are you doing, Beyonce? You trying to tell me something, girl? She continued to stare at me through the glass. And then a thought came to me. I wondered if she was missing Jay-Z, her partner frog, with whom she had lived for 8 months in her holding tank. But then I thought, nah, this was my human lens just imagining things. These frogs aren't even communal, except for the brief period when breeding. Normally, they're solitary frogs. And I mean, seriously speaking, I don't think amphibians can feel love for one another. Right, Beyonce? She turned away to continue on her trek. But then the thought continued to bug me. What if she did miss Jay-Z and was looking for him? What do I know about what a frog truly feels? They'd be reunited anyway come breeding season, several months from now, if I did put Jay-Z into Hydromeda. Surely the frogs could wait several months of separation. And like I said, frogs do not form bonds like that. It was at that moment that an idea came to me. Actually, I didn't know for a fact if Beyonce and Jay-Z weren't bonded, so we could actually test the frogs and find out. I could try placing Jay-Z into Pandora, and with the space being so large, I could probably be able to tell right away if the frogs were bonded and quote-unquote needed each other around if I saw them wandering the forest together. If the two frogs just went on with their separate lives and wandered the forest away from each other, then we'd see it, and this would make my choice in deciding on a frog for Hydromeda much easier. Because if the two frogs weren't bonded, then I could just catch Jay-Z and relocate him to Hydromeda, and both frogs would be emotionally okay with that. But if the two frogs did show any signs of a love bond, then I could simply keep both frogs in Pandora and can go ahead with moving our Jabba the Hutt into Hydromeda. It was an experiment that I was certain we'd be able to learn a lot from. So let's do it. I placed Jay-Z into the leaf litter. He immediately hopped away. Guess he was spooked. And what happened next made my heart stop. Beyonce turned when she sensed a movement beyond. Science can help us make educated guesses or seemingly definitive statements on our understanding of the world, including that of animals. Though chubby frogs are solitary animals in the wild, it was clear that Beyonce was happy to see Jay-Z here in Pandora. We'll never really know if frogs can feel love, but to me, this was frog love if I ever saw it. Not even food could distract Beyonce now. There was definitely a bond between these two frogs. I watched as Beyonce took a shortcut around the wood to meet Jay-Z. She had a good grasp of these lands already, lands that would be their new home together. Wait up, will ya? Beyonce called out. Jay-Z turned to face Beyonce, and together, they crawled into the vegetation to hunt for food as a pair. The decision was clear. I would keep the two frogs together in Pandora.
And so, it was time for Hydromeda to welcome home its new Pac-Man frog. The baby strawberry Pac-Man frog clung onto the mossy bank of Hydromeda's East Island. So guys, I came to the decision that Jabba would not be moving into Hydromeda. It was just too risky for me to experiment on, and the frog was happy where he was, so I felt it was best to not change a thing. But as a compromise, I actually also own 2 project frogs that I've been rehabilitating. I noticed these baby strawberry Pac-Man frogs at a pet store that had a calcium deficiency. See the gaping mouths? I'm sure it wasn't the pet store's fault, but perhaps their supplier? Who knows? But I knew they needed special care, particularly for feeding and diet, and would die if they didn't receive it. So I decided to take these 2 in under my care, and have been training them to feed on Jabba the Hutt's frog pellets, which contained a good amount of calcium in it. And so far, the rehab process seems to be working well. So I decided to try putting one of them in Hydromeda. At least she was young and could learn to adapt to Hydromedan life. She crawled up out of the water, taking in the vast world around her, a glorious kingdom she had never known, a world built perfectly for frogs like her. She was excited to begin exploring, like her ancestors did 250 million years ago, in the early Triassic period, when the first frog crawled out of the waters. I felt as though I was watching a scene of prehistory that had repeated through time, again and again, in beautiful order. It's amazing to think that an animal like the frog has remained relatively unchanged in design all these hundreds of millions of years, living a double life in both water and land. Her strawberry color was perfect at making her stand out among the greenery. I needed her to be easy to find for when I needed to feed her pellets next. And turns out, she ended up choosing the coolest spot to station herself. Right on top of this mossy hill. This was the perfect spot because I could easily reach her, and hopefully by the time the glass bridge is connected and more insects come her way, she'll have been rehabilitated enough to catch prey on her own. The strong UV lighting in Hydromeda would also help her create more vitamin D3 and help her bones better calcify. What should we name her, AC family? Let me know in the comments. I was happy that not only did Arcadia have its resident frogs, but now Pandora and Hydromeda did. I expect all frogs will end up in Hydromeda at some point to breed when they're ready, after the glass bridge to Hydromeda was complete. Speaking of breeding, I've decided to start looking for a female for Jabba, so at least someone can finally appreciate his crooning, and he can pass on his great hardy genes down to the next generation. The Age of the Frogs was a great success. In the future, I do hope to add more species of frogs, as there are just so many different species that could work, from which we could learn a lot. Perhaps a toad species, maybe even dart frogs, or how about a red-eyed tree frog, or others. Frogs are truly one of nature's most underrated creatures on the planet. We need frogs, and benefit more than we realize from their existence on the planet. There was, however, still one issue: the size of prey insects. The chubby frogs can't eat adult crickets, nor roaches. Only Snap, the sunskink, is able to eat them. But he has a bit of a problem keeping up with the supply. There were huntsman spiders in the rainforest, but they too weren't enough to keep up with the growing populations of larger prey insects. Normally, Godzilla helped eat a lot of adult crickets and roaches in the forest, but now that he was gone, once the prey insects reached adulthood, they were pretty much safe and free to breed unchecked, primarily up in the canopy. Not even the tree frogs of Arcadia were large enough to eat the adult crickets nor the roaches. And so, AC family, I felt it was time to find a predator that could. And I think you guys will love my choice for an apex treetop predator. It was time for some new blood in our rainforest. Warm blood. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is about to be the most insane addition to my grand biological project. This is Arcadia, my giant 10-foot-long canopy ecosystem vivarium. Stunning, isn't it? It's an ecosystem simulation of life up in the trees of a cloud rainforest with tons of invertebrates, fungi, plants, tree frogs, geckos, and even huntsman spiders, who all call this canopy home. Now, I've been waiting patiently since last year for Arcadia's ecosystem to develop enough to support some very key players in healthy rainforest ecosystems: mammals. And today was the big day. The prey insects and other creatures of the canopy had no idea what was coming. Dearest mammals, don't be scared. Promise, where you're going will blow your minds. Welcome to Arcadia. May its branches embrace you. Run free and eat all you wish. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I placed the holding container of the 3 young micro squirrels into Arcadia and removed the lid. The poor rodents were quivering in fear. Also known as African dormice, these kind of look like mice with bushy tails, but aren't actually mice, and as I was soon about to learn, are very different from any rodent I've ever kept. I was so curious to see how these micro squirrels would integrate into our rainforest. Where would they sleep? Would they just wreak havoc in the canopy, eating every creature and plant in sight? Would they crawl down the vines, down the connecting glass bridge, and explore Pandora, our giant cloud rainforest floor vivarium below? I couldn't wait to see and observe how the introduction of mammals would affect our great rainforest ecosystem. Is he gone? Dora thought to herself. Her ears listened as she gazed up into the expanse of foliage above them. she began to sniff around. Dora was the youngest of the bunch, just 3 months old. She's got a medium amount of white, and you'll be able to identify her from the others by her gray fur with lack of a white ring around the base of the tail. In that pile there are 2 unrelated micro squirrels. The one on the left, with a wild-type brownish coloration, is the oldest of the group, a 6-month-old female I've named Dorothy. And beside her, a high-white 4-month-old male I've named Theodore, identifiable by a ring around the base of his tail. These were all young captive-bred micro squirrels, and I made sure to get them young because I needed them to adapt to life in our rainforest early in their lives. I've been researching this species since I first began this project, and I knew not to be fooled by the cute faces and wood shavings they were nestled in. These were not like pet mice, gerbils, or hamsters. Mentally and instinctually, these micro squirrels were still very much so wild animals. And suddenly, Dorothy, the eldest, hopped up onto the edge and wandered out into the bushes. Makes sense that the oldest was the boldest. She had never before experienced such a huge space. She approached the deep chasm and looked down. What's down there? I held my breath. Would she wander down? Oh, nope. She turned around to explore the area some more. The other 2 were reluctant to join her. It actually helped that she had tufts of white on her tail to aid in spotting her easily through the confusion of branches and vines. Dora grew concerned. Their friend hadn't returned, disappearing into the darkness of the forest beyond their safety container. Do you think she's okay? I sure hope so, Dora. I also couldn't find where Dorothy had gone, but I trusted her instincts would guide her as she explored Orcadia. There was only one creature I could think of that could possibly harm her. Orcadia was home to giant huntsman spiders. But I doubt they would prey on a creature of her size. And being that micro squirrels are actually insectivorous, I was concerned she might eat all the huntsmen in sight. Only time would tell. There were plenty of things the micro squirrels could eat in Orcadia. There is Candy, one of our longtime weevil beetles, whom we've had since last year. A longhorn beetle, also an Orcadian OG, various bagworm cocoons hanging all around, and plenty of prey insects, like this cricket feasting on the top bromeliad. Orcadia was actually the perfect habitat for micro squirrels because their home requirements in captivity is more like an arboreal reptile setup than, say, your average mouse setup. They require a vertical tall terrarium with climbing branches, and are from the tropics, so they require high humidity and warmth, with places to hide. And well, Orcadia was basically all that on steroids. It was as close to a recreation of their native wild habitat as one could get. They're also social animals, which is why I chose 3 for now. And in a recent poll, the majority of you voted for 4 or more individuals. But I figured, let's just get 3 for now, because I'm pretty sure soon we'll have babies, and this colony of micro squirrels will grow. Plus, I wanted to break mammals into our rainforest ecosystem gradually and monitor for signs of ecological collapse. Dorothy still had not returned. That's it. I'm going to find her. I watched as Theodore jumped up and crawled out of the container and began to sniff the area for her scent. So, are you coming, or... No? Okay. And he was off. A movement up in the highest point of Arcadia caught my eye, and it was there that I spotted Dorothy. Ha! Makes sense that she would find the uppermost area of the canopy to hang out. Theodore was still way down at floor level, trying to find her. She loved it up here and began to clean herself. I wondered if she could see the young huntsman nearby. I would be scared if I were her. The spider, I mean. She left to continue exploring. Dora still refused to explore and stayed put as I watched her two friends go about their shenanigans, exploring Arcadia's various wild and intriguing spaces. Come out! This place is crazy! Nope. Theodore loved exploring the lower areas. As for Dorothy, she truly loved it up here. She had the best vantage point and could see her two friends below from where she stood. I watched as Dorothy began to groom and clean herself. Cleanliness was key to survival in the rainforest. Out here were microscopic creatures, fungi, and dirt. They would no longer be living in sterile wood shavings, but I could already tell their wild instincts were kicking in. I admired the beautiful softness of her coat. Theo had already discovered the massive tree trunk, and it wasn't long before the two were happily reunited. It was such a hoot watching them play and explore Arcadia together. Again, their white tails helping me see them. And then I spotted Dorothy doing this. She was curious again about these wooden vines that descended down into some other world below. I wonder what's down there. I held my breath. Would the bravest of the group dare go down? Nope, her squirrely senses were telling her to stay up here for now. And she disappeared to explore some more. It didn't look like she was interested in eating crickets, as she passed up the opportunity to eat this huge one.
Now, I wanted to quickly address something that I've been asked a lot by you guys. And that is, why create a whole separate canopy vivarium with soil at the bottom, joined by a thin glass bridge, when you could have just created one huge 2-story tall vivarium through the floor, and just have the canopy vivarium be bottomless, with whole trees growing from Pandora up into Arcadia level? And the answer to that is, when I first created Pandora, the rainforest floor vivarium, I did not anticipate I'd ever be creating more vivariums, let alone connected ones. And due to structural beams running through the top of Pandora, drilling through the floor was not possible. So the glass bridge through Arcadia was improvised after the fact. By the way, as a side note, those of you following the channel know that I've been building a second glass bridge, joining Pandora and ultimately Arcadia to the third giant vivarium, Hydromeda. And I'm pleased to announce that it should be finally ready by next week. And I can't wait for you guys to see what I have planned. I'm stoked for this great connection event of our 3 vivariums. Now, about the soil in Arcadia, soily areas like this actually do exist in the canopy, as leaf litter and decomposing matter collects in various areas of the treetops, like hollows and forks of branches, creating a rich compost that a lot of plant and animal life in the canopy depend on. So Arcadia's soil level here would exist in the canopy in nature. But as happily as Dorothy and Theodore were settling in, Dora was still reluctant to leave the safety of the enclosure. Poor Dora. As the youngest, she probably was scared and confused to think that she was born in captivity, and just as she was starting to get into her groove, she's thrust into a totally new home and situation. New smells, sights, and sounds. It must have been a lot for a young micro squirrel like her. I decided to move in and do something I normally wouldn't do, which was go in with my finger and let her know everything would be okay. As a 4-month-old, she remembers most what life was like with her parents. I stroked her, trying to emulate a loving parent grooming her, especially around the ears. I wasn't sure if that would help, and it probably didn't, but after over 3 decades of keeping animals, I've learned that positive experiences with a human interaction, especially while young, is key to a calmer animal when older. Dora would remember for the rest of her life the giant hand that came in and gave her a gentle grooming while leaving her unharmed. I also hoped she would remember this gift: a pre-crushed cricket. I watched to see if she would accept it. Looks like it was a no for now. I decided I would come back later to check up on her and see if she ate it, and/or decided to join her 2 friends and explore her new place. Hope she would eat it soon, before something else in the canopy comes along to scoop it up. Red ants, the resident invasive stinging species of arboreal ants, grew excited over the smell of food not too far away. These red ants have long resided in these treetops and had a taste for protein of all kinds. As Dora crawled up to go to sleep, the red ants had followed their antennae into the holding container and soon found exactly what they were looking for. was asleep, and so were the other two microsquirrels, as they were crepuscular animals, meaning they're awake at dusk and dawn, and it was officially morning in the ant room. And while many creatures of the rainforest were just getting up after a long night's snooze, for these microsquirrels, it was bedtime. I came back to Arcadia hours later to check up on Dora, and I smiled to see that the container had been vacated, and not without having chomped a few bites off our cricket gift. Before leaving, the three microsquirrels were now sleeping somewhere in Arcadia's woods, but I knew the real action would happen once they wake up for their second round of activity come nightfall. Night fell in Arcadia. And the mists blanketed the foliage in such an ethereal way. The beams of moonlight streaming through the trees created such a spiritual ambiance to welcome the rainforest's nighttime creatures. The insects were out. The acrobat ants, the chromatoblasters, raced along the woodwork with their gasters raised high above their heads, ready to spray formic acid at any enemy crossing their path. It was actually a big night for the acrobat ants, as it was their nuptial flight season, where new virgin queen ants would emerge to mate with males to start new acrobat ant colonies around the forest. It was also the witching hour for these highly prized prey insects. Roaches. They were everywhere, and I couldn't wait to see if we could catch the microsquirrels feeding on this night. Hey look! It's Dora! Happy she finally warmed up to the place. And there's Theodore. Theodore decided to head down to ground level. There's Dorothy, and she thought she saw a roach, but couldn't quite figure out where it went. Now, from my understanding, hunting wasn't something they have had to do in their short lifetimes, as food was delivered right to their cages, in feeding bowls, since birth at the breeders. I was certain this hunting thing was new for them. But I needed to know they were actually catching food, because if not, they would not survive Orcadian life. I watched wide-eyed as the microsquirrels wandered the forest, foraging and hunting for food. I couldn't tell if the microsquirrels had caught anything, as they love being in the areas of thick cover, but there were moments where I thought they had captured some prey. Eventually, after several hours of watching them, they suddenly disappeared and were nowhere to be found. The microsquirrels had finished their sunset shift and had headed back to bed. So strange that their awake time was so short, essentially divided into 2 parts in a 24-hour cycle. But so was the crepuscular life, I guess. I was a bit bummed out that I didn't get to see the microsquirrels eating insects, which was probably the number one thing I was expecting and hoping to see. And again, I needed to see them eat. It was late, so I too went to bed, not knowing that soon I'd be making a very cool discovery. So it's been several days that I've been keeping and watching these microsquirrels in action. And here are some of the things I've learned. First, they are super shy and won't truly come out unless it's dark. And though they don't mind seeing me hovering around, they prefer to emerge when I'm further from the glass. And most times they refuse to show their faces when I attempt to go in with my light to capture them on film. Also, with them being crepuscular, one has to be up either super early in the morning, like 4 or 5 a.m., or spot them around human dinner time at sunset. Because of this, though microsquirrels have started to become available in the pet trade, I don't feel these rodents make great pets for most people who long to have a cute furry companion they can hold and bond with. Take it from me, you're better off with a pet rat. Not kidding. These microsquirrels are more of a hands-off, admire through glass type of animal. Still quite wild, with a natural fear of people and large animals. As they should be. I mean, they're prey creatures. And a ton of predators in the forest are out to eat them. So of course, they're naturally wired to be fearful. Second, the microsquirrels still haven't wandered down into Pandora and generally choose to stay close to their main tree trunk. Perhaps this is due to their slow-to-trust tendencies, which again is a survival trait. Perhaps one day, they will summon up enough courage to explore Pandora. And my bet is, it will be our bravest, Dorothy, to be the first to wander down the glass bridge. Third thing I've learned about them is that unlike mice, who will eat anything in sight, the microsquirrels seem to be pickier with their food, leaving the larger creatures alone. They're also not big chewers, like rats and mice are, so they don't go around gnawing on wood and plants. Thank God. They certainly don't bother other vertebrates like the tree frogs, whom I still see out every night doing their thing. Kermit here doesn't seem fazed at all by the presence of the microsquirrels around. And hey, what's that? Well. It's Dorothy, and she was eating. How awesome! Upon closer inspection, I realized she had captured a young dubia cockroach and was devouring it like a burger. She also didn't seem to mind me getting all up in her face with my light to film her, which I appreciated a lot. I was happy to know the microsquirrels were successfully hunting and catching food in the canopy. When she was done, she climbed up to her favorite spot and went to sleep for the night in a concave hollow, big enough for just her. Aw, I just wanna— Would you quit it with that light? I'm trying to sleep here, she asserted, hoping I would go away already. All right, Dorothy. I'm going. You're just too cute. Teen girls are just so feisty. As a periodic scheduled ecosystem event, I'll also be scattering different seeds, dried and fresh fruit, and veg all around the forest to encourage natural foraging behaviors.
Food materials like these would be found throughout the canopy layer as a result of naturally occurring events anyway. The banyan trees of Orcadia are also fruit-bearing, producing cool berries that the microsquirrels can eat. Meanwhile, these microsquirrels would offer great value to our ecosystem, not only as insectivores, but also as mass producers of fertilizer for the plants. Being warm-blooded animals, their demand for food is greater than that of all other creatures in our forest. And because they eat a lot, they poop a lot, which adds nutrients to the compost areas of the canopy and helps the plants that grow in them. Overall, though it's still early to tell for sure, for now, adding the microsquirrels seems to not have upturned the rainforest ecosystem like I thought it might. Let's see if that still holds true as their group of 3 grows into a large microsquirrel colony of many. And as it does, I couldn't wait to learn more about these fascinating and largely unknown rodents of the trees. Hang tight, Valentino. Your time will come. Everything is going exactly as planned. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. Oh man, hope you're ready for the roachiest cave ever. This is Hydromeda, my giant tropical wetlands vivarium. And this is Pandora, my giant rainforest floor vivarium. And this here is Orcadia, my giant canopy vivarium. Each of these 3 giant vivaria belong to a grand biological project of mine to study how ecosystems work in the wild. And each vivarium hosts a ton of life, from insects to reptiles, fish, mollusks, amphibians, to even mammals. Currently, the worlds of Pandora and Orcadia are connected via a glass bridge of vines, so the various creatures living within can choose to move freely between tree life and ground life. But this week, I finally completed a second bridge I've been planning for months that connects Pandora and Orcadia to Hydromeda. Now the rainforest creatures will have their very own wetlands to explore if they choose. But this new tunnel will certainly be special. If creatures want to pass through, they must cross this wild and crazy rock space full of tons and tons of cockroaches. Welcome to episode 14, season 4 of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. With the main glass structure of the bridge completed, it was time to start building the Great Cave, which was to form the bridge between worlds, as well as host a massive colony of cockroaches. Using rocks, we began to form the shape of the cave walls and ceiling. You guys will love what this all looks like when done. So you may be asking, AntsCanada, why roaches? Well, I've been doing research since last year regarding cave-loving animals that I could possibly put inside our cave, and have visited several tropical caves in my life. But sadly, a lot of the animals I've been wanting to add in to this cave tunnel are either unavailable in the pet trade where I live, or were creatures I just haven't been able to find myself in my wild local collections. Except for roaches, which I have found exist in all the tropical caves I've ever visited. In fact, during my research excursions to Borneo, one cave I visited was extra abundant in roaches, and they were an integral part of the cave ecosystem, feeding on creatures that fell onto the cave floor, processing bat guano and other animal waste into rich soil, etc. In our rainforest, roaches play a vital role as detritivores and as a primary prey insect in the ecosystem. And so, AC family, as much as this might turn some of you off, I've decided to recreate exactly what I've seen in nature and turn this cave tunnel into a cockroach cave. Essentially a space where roaches can thrive, hide, breed, form massive colonies, and send its members out into our rainforest worlds to do their great work as detritivores and food for our predators. We made sure to create plenty of hiding spaces, crevices, and tunnels for the roaches. As a binding agent, we used scaping glue, but we did so cautiously because when the glue processes, it gets really hot. Much of the rock work was also pieced together using simple physics, with surrounding rocks supporting its position. Believe it or not, this cave scaping process took 2 days to complete. But when it was all done, the new cave tunnel looked like this. Behold, our Rainforest Trifecta's new cave tunnel. What do you think? Let's have a tour of the cave, shall we? In my mind, this cave tunnel was a natural passageway through a rocky structure between Pandora and Hydromeda. Creatures from Pandora can climb up this entanglement of vines and rock cliffside into a curious opening leading into the cave tunnel. The cave is full of cool twists and turns of rock formations, stalactites, and a ton of little crevices and spaces. Definitely a cool, intricate passageway between Pandora and Hydromeda. It also had gaps in its ceiling where an LED strip lighting on a timer could mimic sunlight trickling through the spaces during the daytime, as well as roots growing from imaginary plants and shrubs atop this rock structure. Looking up from beneath it was almost like I was truly standing within a massive cave. The sight was both humbling and beautiful, like staring up in awe inside Mother Nature's cathedral. The inside of the cave can be accessed through these 2 side panels, which open for easy cleaning of the bottom glass if needed. That right there is the cotton blockade to keep animals from crossing the bridge for now. I'll be removing it soon. But beyond it, a sharp turn would eventually bring us to Hydromeda, where creatures could descend onto the west island of the Wetlands. All in all, it was 4 long meters of cave tunnel that creatures could use or live in. Which brings me now to the roaches. AC family, for all of you out there afraid of roaches, don't click away. It's time for some well-needed exposure therapy. Challenge yourself to watch. Ready? Let's add them in. As I threw the roaches into the cave, they immediately began to scurry away in all directions. Some were even pouring out of the bridge onto my body and onto the ant room floor. I threw these stragglers into Pandora. This process was much harder than I thought it would be. And finally, they were all in. I looked into the cave's crevices and couldn't believe what I saw. The roaches, as I'd hoped, occupied the various gaps and spaces in the rocks. I hoped the roaches could learn that they could always retreat to this cave space for refuge and reproduce peacefully, as there were plenty of spaces into which the roaches could squeeze that larger predators would not be able to access. This cave tunnel could act like a refugium for the roaches, a roach-generating machine for our rainforest ecosystem. I could already see that they were in the mood to start breeding, which was a good sign. Not to mention all those little red oothecae laying everywhere. Roach egg sacs containing babies soon to hatch. So what do you guys think? Would you crawl through this roach tunnel for $1 million? But my next question is, what should we name this new cave tunnel? Leave your name suggestions in the comments, and I'll choose my favorite to be announced in the next episode. I plan to add more cave-dwelling creatures in, as I'm able to source them over time, and can't wait to see what animals start using the bridge to either live in or make the great crossing to the other Vivaria. But for now, this cave belongs to the roaches. As much as roaches give a lot of people the heebie-jeebies, including me, they seem to be Mother Nature's chosen ones, ordained worthy of occupying in huge numbers the natural stone pews of her beautiful cathedrals we know as caves. Watching the roaches protected within the cave's crevices, I was reminded how caves play a crucial role on the planet in preserving biodiversity. The unique conditions inside the subterranean chambers provided by caves worldwide create safe havens for creatures, some of which have evolved to adapt to the darkness and limited resources found within caves and can't survive anywhere else. As it relates to our rainforest ecosystem, if prey insects like our roaches had no suitable hiding places, our rainforest ecosystem would simply not work, as the voracious predators would find every single roach and drive them to extinction in our Vivaria. But with this cave now offering a whole network of additional hiding spots,
we can better secure the future of the roaches in our rainforest so they could continue to play their important role at keeping our rainforest ecosystem alive and thriving. I was so happy to finally integrate a cave system into our rainforest. So now that our cave tunnel was complete, it was time to remove the blockade to finally make the Great Connection event of our 3 rainforest worlds official. Let's do this, AC family. And just like that, the Great Connection event of worlds was complete. Our 3-part rainforest is one. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Pandora, my giant rainforest floor vivarium, Orcadia, my giant treetop canopy vivarium, and Hydromeda, my giant tropical wetlands vivarium. All the creatures within have no idea their world is about to get a whole lot bigger with the Great Connection event I've been planning for months. You see, Pandora and Orcadia were already attached via a glass bridge through the floor and have long been exchanging their creatures within. But last week, a cave tunnel bridge had been completed. And so, it was time to remove the blockade to finally make the Great Connection event of our 3 rainforest worlds official. Let's do this, AC family. And just like that, the Great Connection event of worlds was complete. I couldn't wait to see what creatures would cross over to the other side. But little did I know, I was in for the biggest surprise ever. Everything changed with this Great Connection. Welcome to the Season 4 finale of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. This is what it's all about, AC family. With the cave bridge tunnel of cockroaches I call Rochella's Pass now unblocked, I couldn't wait to see what creatures from Pandora and Orcadia would cross over to the other side and explore the wetlands of Hydromeda. I've waited forever for this, because there were a few creatures in my mind that I knew actually needed access to the wetlands in order to breed. But I wasn't even sure how long it would take creatures to discover Rochella's Pass, or if any would even discover there was a cave tunnel here at all. Little did I know, by the end of all this, I would be in for a surprise of a lifetime. It was morning in the ant room, always quite glorious, as the amber sunbeams streamed through the windows. If you're new to the channel, I currently live in tropical Southeast Asia, not Canada anymore. Hence all these strange-looking acacia trees seen outside my ant room window, and the thick forest of wild bamboo in my yard. It's our summer now here, so it's scorching hot during the day. The tropical conditions are the perfect climate for my various tropical ant setups. Like this volcanic island ant farm of fire ants, called Volcania. There are the fire ants feasting on their chicken feet. And tropical animals like Godzilla, my baby caiman, who was relaxing in his holding marsh tank. Guess you can say I'm a bit crazy about nature. which is why I embarked on the biggest project of my life a year and a half ago, my 3 giant tropical vivaria. They've changed a lot over time, and the new scorching summers have brought about a whole new set of some pretty interesting changes I have to show you. Some good, some bad, some sad. Let's start with Hydromeda. For most of its life, other than a couple leak incidents, Hydromeda as a wetlands ecosystem vivarium has been pretty problem-free. But recently, I noticed this. Tell me if you notice it too. Do you guys notice anything weird? The lack of shrimps. In the beginning, I had added hundreds of various colored shrimp, we call the Skittles, into our vivarium. And my hopes was that the Skittles would multiply in huge numbers and one day provide a viable food source for larger predatory creatures I hope to add to the wetlands. But strangely, even after 3 months, the population of shrimp appeared way smaller than I expected they would be at this stage. It was peculiar to me, but some of you fish experts had warned me in a previous video that I had made a very grave mistake with the addition of these creatures. A pea pufferfish swam through the waters, fat and searching for a next meal. Though these dwarf pea puffers specialize on pest snails, many of you warned me that they would totally annihilate the shrimp population. But my plan was that the shrimp would have plenty of places to hide in Hydromeda from the dwarf pea puffers, a labyrinth of driftwood, and not to mention plants that were growing in quite nicely now. Check out that wall of flame moss. And Rotella. In nature, prey creatures like shrimp have places to hide from predatory creatures, and Hydromeda had plenty. But now I was beginning to see that perhaps I should have listened to the fish experts, as the shrimp seemed to be unable to replenish their population fast enough. The Skittles appeared to be dwindling now, and it saddened me to see. But the problems didn't end there. With the decreased number of shrimp, who were important cleanup crew in the wetlands, plus the compiling bioload from all the creatures, combined with the rising temperatures of summer where I live, despite there being a water chiller, it seems another problem was slowly beginning to creep into the waters. Algae. Check out that crazy clump of algae here growing from my precious Boosie. No. Now, algae is okay in a tank, as it too is part of a healthy aquatic ecosystem. But when allowed to grow out of hand, algae can completely destroy an ecosystem by stealing nutrients and sunlight from plants. and choking them. Hydromeda did have an initial defense against the green monster though, including snails and these fish. Algae eaters. Something was happening. One algae eater approached the other. And soon, I realized I was witnessing an interesting behavior. Have a look. The two seemed to be circling one another. Was this a mating ritual? Perhaps a social interaction between two algae eaters? A sizing up of each other? Or a territorial display? In the end, they separated. But overall, the algae eaters seemed well fed and healthy, pooping non-stop as they continued to graze on algae patches around the wetlands. But still, I think I have to consider adding a mano shrimp or other known natural algae eaters, like tadpoles or something. Speaking of amphibians, one amphibian has been settling into Hydromeda quite nicely. Shortcake, our resident baby strawberry Pac-Man frog, was huddled in her comfy patch of miniature plants. She had been living here now for a few weeks and knew the place well. But as I was watching her one day, something very concerning caught my eye. Oh no! Fire ants! She didn't seem too concerned about it at the moment, but the fact that there were still fire ants in here was a bit of a concern. If you're new, fire ants had broken into Hydromeda from, I suspect, the floor drains a few weeks back, and I wasn't sure if there was a queen also residing in Hydromeda, which would have been a big problem. I was actually waiting to see if the fire ants would die out in 2 months, which meant no queen. I resolved to keep an eye on Shortcake, as I suspect fire ants were responsible for the death of a past flying dragon, whose dead fire ant covered body I discovered one day by Cascadia Falls. I figured Shortcake should be okay, as she and fire ants are both native to the same place in the world and do share the same habitat where they're from. For sure she had methods of keeping fire ants away, perhaps some irritating mucus on her skin or something. At least I hoped so. I didn't know it yet, but this would be the last time I would spot Shortcake here. But another problem was that if there was indeed a fire ant colony here, I really didn't want them to use Rochella's pass to migrate into Pandora, which had a pretty established and active ecosystem of its own. Snap, our resident sunskink, had just finished her routine morning bask and was all heated up and hungry. I watched as she descended down to ground level to begin her morning hunt. With her supreme eyesight and keen sense of smell, she scoured the forest floor for just the right morsel. she spotted the perfect juvenile cricket. And bam! I watched her scarf down her catch. Delicious. How I love watching such scenes as they would happen out in nature. She then retreated into the foliage to rest and digest, somewhere within the privacy of the leaves. The land was actually experiencing a cricket population boom. They were literally everywhere. Aside from being a constant food source for predators, the crickets have been vital as herbivores, i.e. eating plants, and detritivores, meaning they break down decomposing matter. But these crickets, though having food quite abundant in the forest, don't have it easy. Not only do they have to worry about creatures larger than them, but they also have to worry about those smaller than them. As a scheduled event, I placed in a slice of fruit to simulate fruit casted off by a monkey in the canopy overhead. An apple, and the crickets loved it. But it wasn't long until a particular army had found the fruit. An army that wasn't readily willing to share. The nomads, the dominant ant colony of the rainforest floor, had also discovered the apple and were now beginning to trail in from their nest to hoard the fruit. Here they come now. It was quickly becoming evident that the ants didn't like the fact that they had to share with the crickets and began to drive them away. In fact, this battle between the nomads and the crickets had been ongoing for quite a while now, with nomads even picking away at the baby crickets. Now, there were a lot of other ant species living in Pandora, for example, the giant trap giants, but it seems all these other terrestrial ant species have gone away to estivate, as they've been MIA since summer started. It was either that, or the addition of another predator had totally devastated the ant population. Beyonce, one of our two chubby frogs, stood full to the brim with a swollen belly. She had eaten a ton of insects since she was added in 3 weeks ago and had had her fill. In the wild, she feeds primarily on ants and termites, so I had a suspicion that she had eaten plenty of ants and was ready now to retreat underground to estivate for the rest of the summer, until the rainy season arrives in about a month or so. In fact, her lover, Jay-Z, had already burrowed underground, and she was alone. She went off to seek a suitable place to burrow, below ground, to begin her extended summer slumber. I wondered if Beyonce and Jay-Z had both hunted all other ants to extinction. And I mean, whatever happened to the OG termites that used to live here? All that was left was their old damaged tunnels. Pandora had undergone so many changes over a year and a half, including a landscape revamp, the addition of a ton of predators, from giant trapjaw ants to Asian bullet ants to acrobat ants, spiny ants, and carpenter ants, all of whom shared this huge stump. And even if the termites managed to survive all that, the recent addition of Beyoncé and Jay-Z, known termite feeding specialists, made me believe that the termites were no longer alive. Now, speaking of frogs, AC family, there's something I need to address. I do have yet another admission. I've made a very noob mistake, and one I've done in the past with other animals. Let's now head up into the trees, into Arcadia. According pair of crickets, we're in the midst of the millions of years old ritual. The male chirped his chirp at the female. And when she showed interest, he went in. He then deposited his spermatheca, a little sack of his little soldiers, which plugged the female up, making her unavailable to mate with other males. So up here in the treetops, the prey insects, like the crickets, could breed undisturbed. It was a haven for prey insects, which is why the OG tree frogs, Kermit and Miss Piggy, have lived in Arcadia for a whole year, since Pandora and Arcadia were first connected. But I've been waiting over a year for them to breed. There were plenty of places for the tree frogs to spawn up here, if they wanted to. They had puddles, as well as various natural pockets of water in which the frogs could lay their eggs. But even still, though I did hear Kermit croaking every night, Miss Piggy still hadn't decided to mate with Kermit. Well, AC family, just this week, I discovered why. Behold! A female golden tree frog, and she is much larger than Kermit. Turns out, I had no idea golden tree frogs were sexually dimorphic, and that the females were about an inch larger than the males. See where I'm going with this? Turns out, this whole time, Miss Piggy was actually a Sir Piggy. Both our tree frogs were males. No wonder they weren't breeding. Well, it was finally time for that to change. Come with me, my frog princess. I placed her container into Arcadia. And allowed her to wander out into the foliage. Go forth, my princess, and breed with the males. Though I had high hopes for her, what she and the male frogs ended up actually doing surprised me. Night fell in the ant room. The micro squirrels were awake and out to play. They had already begun hunting for insects. And the acrobat ants were happy to scoop up discarded leftover roach parts. Kermit was awake and had been croaking like crazy. I looked around for the new female tree frog, but surprisingly, she was nowhere to be found. But want to know where I did find her? Down in Pandora, the night air carried the mists through the lands. A baby huntsman spider was finishing off a meal it had caught from the forest floor. In fact, at this time of the year, many creatures emerge at night when temperatures are lower and humidity higher. I spotted baby snails. A gecko was out hunting as usual, and this particular one is over a year old now. I spotted Beyoncé. She had found a spot she was happy with and had begun to burrow. Sleep well, Beyoncé. See you in the rainy season. The roaches had crawled out of Rochella's Pass and down into the lowlands to feed. These adults had come to learn that wandering down into the lowlands is usually safe at night, seeing as the predators in this forest prefer feeding on juveniles. But today, Pandora had welcomed a new guest. Oh, it seems our giant tree frog princess prefers to be down to earth than up in the trees. She had made her way down here through the glass bridge and was eyeing all the interesting prey all around her. But she had to be quick in order to catch food. She had her eye on one of the roaches. In the forest, it was important to strike at just the right moment, but wait too long, and the prey can slip away. But no worries, there was something else. She had locked eyes on another target. A cricket was busy feeding on a piece of fallen Spanish moss, and when the moment was right, bam! Caught! I watched as she swallowed the cricket. As much as I was happy to see that the new female tree frog was enjoying her new life of abundant food in our forest, I really wanted her to breed with our males, so we could ensure a future generation of tree frogs in our forest. Problem was, our two male frogs above had learned to stay up in the trees, because the last time they were in Pandora, Godzilla, our croc, was living down here, but he has since moved out. And I don't know how to let the male frogs know that it was now safe for them to come down to Pandora, and that a huge, awesome body of water was now available to them, in case they wanted to breed. Inside, I really hoped the tree frogs would discover Hydromeda together, though the odds seemed a bit unlikely, given the circumstances. Now, I've never shown you guys what Hydromeda looks like at night. It truly transforms, and this night harbored a certain surprise. I shuddered when I spotted this. A planarian, a type of aquatic flatworm, swimming up to the surface. Ew, no thank you. Cool to see life diversifying in the waters though. A nerite snail moved along the glass, going about its nightly endeavors. And you guys will love this. Look here. Notice the fish. Believe it or not, these fish are sleeping. When the tetra sleep, they don't really school and just kind of float around. It's almost odd to see the fish so still. In the case of these rummy-nosed tetras, even their bright cherry-colored heads go dull as they dream their fishy dreams. Isn't that interesting? In Hydromeda, I find the first to go to sleep are the rummy-nosed tetras, followed by the cardinal and ember tetras, who at first swim around aimlessly as if in some weird sleepwalking state, before drifting off to a calm slumber. But ready for another surprise? Look! Shrimp! Tons and tons of shrimp! The Skittles had emerged, revealing their true numbers. Shrimp of all ages, from newborn shrimplets to adults, were all out and feeding. Shrimp of all colors. It was a pleasant and beautiful surprise to witness. Their population wasn't devastated by the pufferfish after all. It turns out the bulk of the shrimp were just hiding away for most of the day. And by night, while the fish were fast asleep, they would emerge to feed. And my, were they awesome to see in such great numbers. It was then that I spotted another creature out. Shortcake was relaxing on some moss on the lower part of Cascadia Falls. Interesting to see her here. I wondered what she was doing down here. Was she trying to cool off in the chilled waters coming straight from the water chiller? Would she return to her favorite spot by morning? I didn't know, but the next day, I totally freaked out when this happened. I returned to Hydromeda and noticed that Shortcake was no longer on the moss where she was the night before. And to my surprise, she also wasn't in her usual spot, up in the vegetation. The paranoia in me played some terrible scenes in my head. Could she have drowned? But no, I know these frogs swim, despite some online sources that incorrectly say they can't. Could Shortcake have been attacked by a swarm of fire ants? My PTSD was kicking in. I checked all the plants and areas Shortcake could have climbed into to hide. But to no avail. I couldn't find her. I then checked Cascadia Falls and braced myself, afraid of what I might discover. Ah, there you are. You almost gave me a heart attack. She was perched right at the summit of Cascadia Falls. What a spot. I could see why she liked it up here. She could lay concealed in the landscape while also benefiting from the cool waters coming straight from the chiller. You clever girl. I actually love this spot for her because feeding her frog pellets from here was much easier. Yum. By the way, I'm feeding her for now until more and more creatures start coming down the bridge. And speaking of which, and the whole point of this video, let's talk about the connection event. I unfortunately didn't get to actually film creatures passing through Rochella's Pass, as I'm still working out my options for night vision and overnight filming. But I do have a great idea, which I know you guys will love, that I'll get to in a sec. But I do know that creatures have indeed begun to use Rochella's Pass and cross the bridge to the other side. Check this out. First, roaches for sure have been emerging from the glass bridge, as I sometimes see some drowned individuals, and they've been awesome at feeding the life within Hydromeda. The tetras love taking bites from the dead roaches, as well as the skittles, who love when they discover a random roach gift that fell in from the skies. It's pretty amazing to see that our rainforest ecosystem is feeding itself in new ways now. And guess who else have taken it upon themselves to sample the roaches? I was surprised to see this. The remains of a roach in Pandora, but in a signature mess belonging to none other than the micro squirrels. This is evidence that our micro squirrels have begun to use the glass bridge to come down to Pandora, which for the longest time they were reluctant to do. But AC family, that's not all. Check this out. See those little cute paw prints? They've been checking out Rochella's Pass too. Amazing. It would make sense that the micro squirrels would visit the roach cave, because roaches were their favorite food. They probably were snatching exposed individuals that weren't hiding in the unreachable crevices, as well as taking nibbles from the fruit I would periodically stick into the cave for the roaches. But guys, the micro squirrels weren't the only ones I discovered using Rochella's Pass. Do you see that shape there? Those are frog thighs. I jumped for joy when I saw the thigh prints and immediately began searching for signs of the tree frogs in Hydromeda. And yep, lo and behold, our princess tree frog had discovered Hydromeda, and a few days later, followed by Kermit, or Sir Piggy, not sure which one it was. They stood on the branches near the opening of Rochella's Pass, waiting for food to come down. Seeing the tree frogs in Hydromeda like this was to me a resounding confirmation that our longtime plan of joining our 3 giant Vivaria, 3 worlds all exchanging life together, had manifested. The 3 Vivaria were now a single ecosystem. This is the Season 4 finale of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, which means that I will be taking a few weeks break to prepare for the next season, which also gives you guys a chance to go back and watch any episodes you may have missed. But unlike the last season's break, I have some awesome news that may make some of you quite happy. During the weeks I won't be uploading, I plan on doing live streams of various areas of our rainforest Vivaria. Let me know which area you think I should live stream first. I plan on just letting the live stream run for as long as my internet connection remains stable, which may be several hours, so that you guys can check in on your favorite vivariums whenever you like. Perhaps even catch some action. Millions of pairs of eyes are better than one, right? I even plan on live streaming Rochella's Pass, so you guys can help me watch what creatures pass through, and indicate the timestamps in the comments. So, while waiting for Season 5, be sure to check my channel often, as I move the live streams around between Arcadia, Pandora, Hydromeda, and the bridges. This is just experimental and in its beta phase for now, but I know you guys have been begging for a live stream for ages, and so I felt now with 3 Vivaria and 2 connection bridges, it was the perfect time to try. Speaking of taking a break, I was surprised to notice the spot Beyoncé had burrowed. She was underground now, but look, she had chosen to bury herself right next to where another chubby frog had chosen to bury himself. Aha! Jay-Z! How cute! They will emerge together come rainy season. And funny thing is, I did spot Jay-Z waking up early one night, perhaps in search of his bae, but went back underground when he realized it was early. And my, was he a chubster too. What was so cool about all of this was seeing how one event spurred a domino effect of changes down the food chain within the forest. Proof of how connected our ecosystem truly was. With the sudden absence of the chubby frogs, I was surprised to spot giant trap giants emerging again. Did they know the frogs were gone? I don't know, but it seems these seasonal changes are necessary to ensure that life persists elsewhere. In fact, the absence of the frogs and most of the other ant species also convinced some other elusive creatures to come out of hiding. The termites are alive! I couldn't believe my eyes, spotting our OG termites trailing on the stump in broad daylight one morning. Can you believe it? After all the changes and predators, the OG termites had managed to survive at all. Guess I should have known that just because you can't see them, it doesn't mean they aren't there, and that life finds a way. When I first began this biological project, an ecosystem was what I sought to create, but what I got was so much more. Together with all of you watching, joining me week after week, we uncovered many of Mother Nature's most incredible hidden secrets, mourned together over beloved losses, solved problems, watched scenes of nature up close that we could have never observed and experienced ourselves had we tried to out in the wild, as well as learned a whole slew of new things, even teaching some experts out there a thing or two. But this is what it's all about, and the whole purpose of this biological project. As time goes on, and as our tropical worlds within glass evolve to greater mimic nature out in the wild, I'm reminded of how important it is for us animal and plant hobbyists, us lovers of nature, to remain curious enough to look at the natural world, to care for it, to understand it, be inspired by it, to share our findings, and ultimately be stewards of life, watching over our planet and home. Because one day, when we least expect it, Mother Nature just might leave us a nice surprise to thank us for our job well done. And that, to me, the constant journey of discovery is what life is all about.
Said what I said, yeah, I thought I'd go away. Was something on my mind, something I had to say. Ain't one to argue or fall for them games. They're fishing for a fight, ain't taking that bait. I hear them calling and cursing out my name. Keep on fanning the flame. Keyboard armies, bloodthirsty for a taste. I'm catching fights while